Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you on the line?
She's here.
Oh, okay.
Suzanne.
Welcome, everyone. We will get started here in another minute or so. I now call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, April 12, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
I understand Mr. Perez-Verdia is excused this evening.
That is correct.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Chadwick, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Rivera, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Could I get a motion, please, Mr. Vice Chair, to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of October 27, 2021, the continued regular meeting of October 27, 2021, continued to October 28, 2021, and the minutes from the special meeting of November 1, 2021.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, those minutes from the regular meeting of October 27, 2021, the continued regular meeting of October 27, 2021, continued to October 28, 2021, and the special meeting of November 1, 2021 are approved. Next, we have the Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being here. I want to provide an update on priorities and events we are working on. Last Friday, we sent the Assembly a revised fiscal 2022 budget that does the following. It prioritizes public safety by adding $5 million to the Anchorage Police Department and Anchorage Fire Department to fully fund their operations. It stays under the tax cap by $5.8 million. It relies on $4.6 million less in property taxes than last year's budget. It protects homeowners and property taxpayers by lowering the mill rate. The lower mill rate and the reduction of property taxes needing to be collected translates into substantial property tax savings for homeowners. If the Assembly passes my budget, homeowners will save $134 per $100,000 of assessed value, meaning that for the average price home, which is now about $420,000 in Anchorage, a homeowner could see their property tax bill go down by over $560 if the Assembly passes my budget. My budget reduces the property tax burden on homeowners, respects our charter by staying under the tax cap, and prioritizes public safety for the people of Anchorage. Record inflation is eating away the earnings of our friends and neighbors, especially the poorest among us. I'm committed to keep government spending and property taxes in check during these uncertain times. I urge the Assembly to approve my budget and provide property owners the tax relief they so desperately need. On a lighter note, this Friday I'll be joining other community leaders in a sleep out with Covenant House Alaska to raise funds and awareness for at-risk youth experiencing homelessness in Anchorage. Covenant House does an incredible job helping at-risk youth get off the streets and into safe, caring, and supportive environments. The sleep out will take place at Kincaid Park and it'll be overnight. There's still time to join and support in this great cause. Please head over to Covenant House website for more information and to register. Bring your tent, some warm clothes, and I'll see you there. Tomorrow evening, April 13th, from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m., we're hosting a listening session for the public to learn about the proposed Navigation Center. The listening session will be held at the Luzak Library in the Wilda Marston Theater. We'll be holding an additional session on April 28th from 5:30 to 7:30 in the Assembly chambers. We're inviting the public to come and learn about the NAV Center and have questions answered by municipal officials. Solving homelessness is a goal we all want to achieve in Anchorage. The proposed NAV Center that the Legislative Drafting Group and I both support will serve as a key pillar as we build out our robust plan to help the most vulnerable in our city. Now, concerning Easter, I want to close out with a bit of a personal message. For many, this week is just another normal, beautiful spring week in Anchorage. However, for billions of people around the world, including my family and I, it is also known as Holy Week. This week is special in that we celebrate the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ and remember his sacrifice for each of us on that cross. I want to take the opportunity to invite folks to go to their church or to come to my church, Anchorage Baptist Temple, this Easter Sunday. If you've never been to an Easter service or simply want to know more about Jesus, this Sunday will be a great time for that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Dunbar has a question and is in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the mayor regarding his report. So I appreciate the revised budget proposal that you have brought forward that we're going to be bringing up at working on a number of work sessions and budget hearing going forward. I was talking to some analysts today, and we were trying to figure out how you came to that number of $134 per 100,000 in savings. So I'm wondering, does that number include the savings that homeowners will get from the legislature funding bond debt reimbursement, school bond debt reimbursement this time, and the impact of the school bond not passing? Is that included in your calculation of 134 per 100,000?
Mr. Dunbar, through the chair, thank you very much. That's a pretty involved question, and we can deal with that in a work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next is the chair's report. Welcome, all of you. Thank you for being here tonight, whether here in person or online. A reminder that any persons experiencing COVID symptoms or those who have received a positive test for COVID, please do not attend in person. Copies of the updated mitigation plan are posted on the doors. We mourn the loss of stateswoman Arliss Sturgielewski, who passed away last Thursday at the age of 94. Ms. Sturgielewski served in the Anchorage Charter Commission, the Anchorage Assembly, and in the Alaska State Senate. Then in 1986, she was the first Alaska woman to be on a major party ticket when she ran for governor. She was a trailblazer. We honor her service to our community and to our state and offer condolences to her family and loved ones. As the mayor noted, first quarter budget revisions are underway. This is the process by which the Assembly and Administration revise and true up the budget. Per the Charter, Article 13, the Assembly has the authority to increase, decrease, or delete items in both the operating and capital budgets. Per the Charter, the Assembly approves the budget. The administration, as the mayor noted, released its quarter one budget last week, which is the starting point for Assembly budget amendments. Assembly leadership was pleased that the administration has adopted the bed and alcohol tax revenue forecasts that the Assembly approved in December during the budget process. Assembly leadership is also pleased that the mayor is aligned with the Assembly's public safety priorities, a few of which I'll highlight as they're very important. For the last 7 years, other departments have been cut in order to free up funds to add 150 new police officers and non-sworn staff. The Assembly twice restored the funding for the School Resource Officer Program, which is a partnership between the Anchorage School District and the municipality and provides police officers to public schools. The Assembly moved funds into the fire department budget last fall to stop rolling closures of fire apparatus. Though the administration did decline to stop the practice, it has been stopped as of March 23rd, which is really good news. The retention benefit raises for police officers that were negotiated in good faith and approved by the Assembly were included in the budget that the Assembly passed. However, the administration declined to implement those raises. We look forward to those raises being implemented with this budget. We are very pleased that the mayor is joining with the Assembly to support our community's public safety priorities. The Assembly has a work session scheduled this Friday, April 15, from 1 to 3 p.m. in room 155 of City Hall. There will be a second work session. It is scheduled for Friday, April 22nd, also from 1 to 3 p.m. in room 155 of City Hall. Work sessions are always open to members of the public, and you are invited to attend. This week, several Assembly members attended the Federal Infrastructure Grant Symposium hosted by Senator Lisa Murkowski. Legislators, mayors, and Assembly and Council members from all across Alaska attended, and maybe some of the members here tonight who attended will say more in their committee reports. In the next several years, billions of dollars will go into infrastructure projects across the country to repair aging systems and build innovative new projects. There is money for ports, water systems, electric fleet vehicles, energy efficiency upgrades, broadband connectivity, and more. The funding has the potential to be transformational for our community and will save taxpayer money for years to come by taking the financial burden off our local budget. However, this money won't come easy. Most of the grants are competitive, and Anchorage will be up against communities across the country. The Port Infrastructure Grant application, for example, is due May 15, and that is a competitive grant. It will take all of us working together to realize this once-in-a-generation opportunity. With that, I want to offer the Assembly's support to the mayor and administration to make sure we have the resources to apply for and win grants, whether it is hiring grant writers, clearing regulatory hurdles, or aligning project partners. We are here to support you, and I hope you will take us up on this offer. A final reminder that this is a business meeting. We're here to do the work of the municipality. We have a very full agenda tonight, and I ask everyone to please help create a climate of respect. Please refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Please keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. And please do stop speaking if a point of order is called, so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the individual may be asked to leave. If you're here to testify in a public hearing item, thank you for your patience. I know it's not easy to figure out when exactly your item will come up, so thank you. When you come forward, please state your name, the community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. It is helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments as well. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5 minutes. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during public testimony or audience participation. That can come later, either during the debate portion or during a break. Again, thank you so much, all of you, for being here tonight. We very much appreciate you joining us for this meeting. With that, we will now go to committee reports, and we will start with Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Nothing for me. I'll let Mr. Dunbar cover that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as been mentioned already tonight, we're now starting our first quarter budget revision process. We have work sessions on the 15th and on the 22nd. Also on the 21st, we have the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. And this will be the first one in a long time that we're going to do in person. So it'll be in Conference Room 155 in City Hall from 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. And again, that's Thursday, April 21st. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no committee report, but I will take a moment of privilege to welcome Ann Garland Walton and Daniel George and the daughter of Congressman Daniel as well, who are here, Gail, as we will make comments and have a resolution read later this evening. So welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, and let me echo Mr. Constant's welcome to you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's going to be a meeting of the Assembly Committee on Housing and Homelessness next Wednesday, April 20th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. in the Assembly Chambers, so here. We will begin our deep dive review of each of the planks of the facilitated collaborative process that have reached the goalpost of achieving operational status, or at least are on their way to opening soon. So for this upcoming meeting, that means an in-depth review of the Sockeye Inn as the complex care facility. And then since the chair did open up the ability for members to comment about the infrastructure grant symposium, I was able to attend most of the first day, both in person and on Zoom, which was great to have that opportunity because there was a little over 1,000 people in the room in person, so having that Zoom was great. And then today I got to attend about half a day of that symposium. And I'll just be brief on my comments. I just want to reiterate one of the things that Senator Murkowski stated at the beginning during her opening remarks yesterday, which she emphatically stated that municipalities and tribes and other governments throughout the state shouldn't wait for the money to fall in your lap. That's not how this is going to work. You have to be ready for it. So I'm certainly encouraged by the words of the chair to collaborate with the administration to make sure we are ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee meeting scheduled for April 27th this month has been canceled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard?
I don't have anything to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Before we take up the addendum, we will address the laid on the table items. There are 5 laid on the table items. They are all supplemental and do not require a vote of the body. I will go ahead and read those items into the record. The first item is 10B2A, resolution number AR 2022-112S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting Anchorage Senate District's revision, option number 2 before the Alaska Redistricting Board that pairs House District 17 with 23 and House District 22 with 24. Item 10G9B, resolution number AR 2022-111S, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating not to exceed $4,900,000 within the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401800, previously appropriated on AO 2020-99, as amended for property acquisition and appropriating not to exceed $1,300,000 of alcoholic beverages retail sales tax fund 206000 fund balance as a transfer and appropriating said transfer to the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401800 Maintenance and Operations Department to be used for construction of an adult shelter and/or navigation center. Next item, 11B2, resolution number AR 2022-69S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly supporting Senate Bill 7 in Alaska's 32nd legislature. Next item, 14G2, ordinance number AO 2022-43S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections related to the Chugiak Eagle River Advisory Board. And the final item, 15C2, information memorandum number AIM 61-2022, transmittal of additional information for AR 2022-122. And again, those items are supplemental and do not require a vote of the body to be added to the agenda. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeking unanimous consent.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted clarification on item AO 202243S, that it says it's a laid on the table item 14G, which tells me that's an item, no, I'll take that back, 14G, so that will be on the regular agenda for today's discussion. Okay, got it, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. That is item 14G2. Seeing and hearing no objections, the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. Next, we have appearance requests and initial audience participation. We do not have any appearance requests for this evening, so we will move to initial audience participation. For this initial audience participation, I'd like to pause time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now in a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. And again, please direct your comments to the Assembly or the Chair. You'll have 3 minutes. When you come forward, please state your name and your community council or the area of the municipality in which you live. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Michelle. I'm a blue-collar worker. This past Saturday, April 9th, I attended a diversity celebration to honor the appointment of, I'm probably going to mess his name up, Amave Jr. Uleo as Anchorage Chief Equity Officer. We refer to him as Junior. In attendance were 16 different communities from Anchorage area who came together to support Junior and celebrate this major accomplishment of being the first Samoan to reach such a high office. The communities who were represented were Samoan, Syrian German immigrant, Dena'ina, Hawaiian, Tongan, Spanish, Korean, Mexican, South Sudan, Hmong, Filipino Americans, Asian American Pacific Islander, Micronesian, Iran, Guam, and Save Anchorage. The mayor's team was also in there. These 16 cultures came together on Saturday to celebrate and pray for Junior and our city. This is what we the people want, what Junior brings to the table. Community building and equity for all Anchorage residents. It was a beautiful celebration shared among all of us. What we don't want is what the majority of you Assembly members have to offer. Divisiveness in our city. Your attitudes and policies appear to have a goal of pitting residents against each other. White against black, masked against unmasked, vaxxed against unvaxxed, homosexual against heterosexual, homeless against working class, and of course your continuous digging your heels in against the mayor. Ms. LaFrance, it was good to see you there. Only LaFrance and Allard were in attendance as far as assembly members. So Ms. LaFrance, I ask you, look to the right of you, look to the left of you. Who's really looking out for Anchorage? I would say look straight out into the audience here, because the people to the left of you and the right of you do not have Anchorage's best interest at heart. And I hope you will come and sit among us. And in conclusion, I would just like to also point out divisiveness is when Assembly, through the chair, Assembly Allard gets called a Nazi leader for standing up for free speech, but yet through the chair, Assembly Constant can call us clowns, thugs, sluts, and cunts. But he does not get any repercussion at all, and I think that's wrong. She suffered through a couple of Assembly members publicly disparaging her for standing up for our right of speech, yet he gets away with doing those horrible acts with no repercussions. Thank you.
Your testimony has been recorded. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
My name is Skylar Kingstrang. I reside in East Anchorage. During the Arts Commission meeting last week, I heard alarming statements made by both Representative for the Administration Lindsay Kauser as well as Municipal Manager Amy Demboski. I'd like to address the issues I have bit by bit. First, Kauser, when asked about funding for the mayor's arts grant, reduced down from $100,000 to $65,000, said, quote, "There was an amount that was approved by the Assembly. Once we looked at the amount that was approved and compared it to the actual funding that we have, we realized that the amount that was approved muni-wide, not only with grants, didn't match the actual amount of money that we had in the muni." She continued, "The mayor is concerned with the rising property tax. Everybody that's property taxes that have been going up, and so he is keeping a very close eye on our budget and trying to see where we can lower the budget in order to help with those property taxes and bring those down. So after taking this into consideration and talking to our accounting department and to everyone else, they decided that $65,000 would go towards arts. This was alarming to me because the mayor cannot unilaterally overturn budget decisions agreed upon by the Assembly. He can choose to veto, but in the event of a veto override, the Assembly's decision stands. Secondly, this line of explanation from Kauser implies that the mayor sees the arts community as an opponent to property owners of Anchorage, a division I do not feel confident actually exists. Amy Demboski during the meeting reminded the commission that the mayor's arts grant is a, quote, competitively bid program. She also told them that, quote, "While it's nice that boards and commissions weigh in with recommendation, there's no requirement nor frankly would it be appropriate for the mayor to cede his authority. It's not really the role of the Arts Advisory Commission to dictate what those changes can or should be. If it is not the role of the Advisory Commission to recommend how items in their purview should be changed, then what is the purpose of an Advisory Commission? Upon investigation, I found that the approved budget has 13 instances of the administration citing Municipal Code 6.30.050 in order to strike approved amendments to the proposed budgets. All of these items were vetoed and then overridden by the Assembly during public sessions. Cited code refers to the CFO needing to approve expenditures, not to revenue streams, which begs the question, why was this code cited in the striking of the increased room tax approved by the Assembly? Further, if our municipality is so broke that they cannot afford the missing $35,000 in arts grant funding, why was it able to increase the salaries of Amy Demboski's municipal manager office from $334,808 in 2021 to $707,876 in 2022, an increase of $111 or 111.43%. For the public knowledge, other items that were stricken from the approved budget unilaterally by the administration include funding for electrical, mechanical, plumbing, and structural inspectors, funding of school resource officers, increasing the Girdwood Emergency Medical Services contract, funding to the Mobile Crisis Team program, increased evidence-based grants to providers for child abuse, sexual assault, and domestic violence prevention programs, early education grants, and the utilization of unspent funds from the 2021 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Zalatel has a question for you, sir, if you would come back.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for that testimony.
Did the Arts Advisory Commission in that meeting happen to take up a resolution regarding the proposed reduction in the mayor's community grant program?
They didn't have a quorum. Only 3 of the members of the commission were able to attend, so they were not able to take up any votes during that meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I was hoping to be able to congratulate Mr. Perez Verdilla on the win in the election. I find it very interesting that people have spoken through the voting. I would like to thank, through the chair, to Madam Clerk Barbara Jones and her team, all the elections observers, all the volunteers that were there, and the part-time and full-time workers. Through the mundane detail of counting ballots and all the individual processes, honestly, it was very open and transparent and refreshing. Thank you. I'm happy to see that there's a lot of people in these assembly chambers tonight. The people should still feel that they can come to this podium and be able to speak to their elected officials, be able to share things that are on their heart, important to their families and their loved ones. Something that's important to me is seeing the voters' interest be followed from 2021. We're still waiting on body cameras. And that is only step one. That's only step one. That's the beginning point of negotiations. Every one of you people up there has power in your voice, in the stroke of your pen, in phone calls you can make. So demand that the voters' interests be followed. Another thing we need to work on is internal investigations. Independent civilian oversight is necessary. You can't have a man be his own judge and jury and executioner. Now, this isn't something that's just a rare occurrence in Anchorage. It happens all the time. And when there's no one watching, it's a problem. People have to spend years adjudicating the matter. And at the end of the day, everyone in the audience is responsible for the money. You have to pay for the lawyers. You have to pay for the time in court. I'd like to transition to budget items for the last 15 seconds. Please, every member on that body, you have the power of the purse. Hold it over the mayor's head. Infighting is good between branches of government. It allows you to be a check and balance on the other, as is your legislative duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Dustin Darden. I'm a candidate for the United States Senate, currently running against Christopher Constant and Lisa Murkowski. Actually, Christopher Constant is running for Congress, my mistake. So I did want to also let people know that if you have apple trees, now would be a good time to trim the upper branches. The excessive amounts of branches of foliage actually decreases the amount of fruit yield you could get. So if you do have one of those apple trees you got from Costco, now would be the time to trim the upper branches. And then the water that we're currently putting in our supply, it's actually laden with synthetic fluorides that aren't even real fluorides, like the sodium fluoride in your toothpaste. It's hexafluorosilicates and sodium hexafluorocate. This is a substance that this entire branch from Weddleton to Quinn Davidson are allowing and appropriating funds to put in 2-year water. So the water in your tap is poisoned. It actually is on record to lower the IQs of developing children when the mother takes the water. So just like trimming your apple trees, you need to stop putting that garbage inside of the municipal water supply. And if it's just two of you, if it's Allard and Kennedy, you would both have the ability to bring it to vote so we could see who really wants to continue putting this substance in our water. Like right now, when you get done with audience participation, or you could interject in audience participation like you did when you were talking about the access to the Campbell Lake, and you started having motions on discussions of access, of time that's slotted for the public. Also, something you could do as a mayoral branch is the appropriations of fund for the bioweapon injection that you've been pumping into the arms of children, coercing them with $50 gift cards in the Boys and Girls Clubs, and children being held down, screaming, no, no, I don't want to, and being stuck with needles. As a mayor administration, you could actually veto the funding for the bioweapon injections. So you're culpable to the arrest, which you all were arrested for. I do this in love. I arrested all of you in love because you need to be taught a lesson. You cannot continue with this behavior. You've appropriated federal money for jabbing kids. No, no, I don't want to, a girl screaming. $50 gift card coercion. Nuremberg's a serious thing.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items, and I will start with Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. I'd like to pull A1 and also 10E5.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. That is 10 Alpha 1 and 10 Echo 5. Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I'd like to pull 10A2 and 10 Bravo 2. That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. 10 Alpha 2, 10 Bravo 2. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10 Alpha 4. Thank you.
10 Alpha 4. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No additional items. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The only additional item I have is 10F5.
10 Foxtrot 5. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10 Alpha 3 and 10 Echo 3. Thank you.
10 Alpha 3 and 10 Echo 3. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10 Alpha 5 for reading.
10 Alpha 5. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. I'll go ahead and read through the list. Under 10A, Alpha, 1 by Mr. Weddleton, 2 by Ms. Allard, 3 by Ms. Zalatel, 4 by Mr. Rivera, and 5 by Mr. Dunbar. Under 10B, Bravo, 2 by Ms. Allard. Under 10E, Echo, 3 by Ms. Zalatel, 5 by Mr. Weddleton, and then under 10F, Foxtrot, 5 by Mr. Constant. Are there any other items members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
Ms. Allard? Yes. Thank you.
The motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items passes 10-0. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you are here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we will now go through the items that we pulled from the consent agenda and take those up, starting with 10A1. Resolution number AR 2022-100, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and remembering United States Congressman Don Young for his unparalleled service to the state of Alaska. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Weddleton, seeking unanimous consent. That resolution is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting? And if I could invite folks to come up who will be receiving that. Mr. Peterson, you were presenting, and Mr. Weddleton, you were reading. Thank you.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and remembering United States Congressman Don Young for his unparalleled service to the state of Alaska. Whereas Donald Edwin Young was born on June 9, 1933 in Meridian, California. He grew up on a family farm. He earned a bachelor's degree in teaching at Chico State College, now known as California State University, Chico, in 1958. Between earning his degree, he served in the U.S. Army's 41st Tank Battalion from 1955 to 1957. And whereas Don came to Alaska in 1959, the same year Alaska became a state, and credited Jack London's Call of the Wild, which his father used to read to him for drawing him north. And whereas in Alaska, Don settled in Fort Yukon, where he worked in construction, trapping, and commercial fishing. He was a tug and barge operator who delivered supplies to villages along the Yukon River, and he taught 5th grade at a Bureau of Indian Affairs school. He was elected mayor of Fort Yukon in 1964 and was elected to the state house 2 years later, where he served 2 terms before winning an election to the state senate. And whereas in March 1973, Don was elected to the United States House of Representatives in a special election. He counted among his career highlights passage of legislation in his first year in office that allowed for construction of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline System, which became the state's economic lifeline. He served as chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee from 1995 to 2001, and then as chairman of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee from 2000 to 2007. In 2013, Young became the longest-serving member of Alaska's congressional delegation, and at the time of his passing, he was the longest-serving Republican congressman in history. And whereas Congressman Don Young, Dean of the House of Representatives, passed away on March 18, 2020, after serving as the lone congressman for the 49th state for 49 years. Now therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to honor and remember U.S. Congressman Don Young and to recognize his unparalleled service to the people of the state of Alaska. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 12th day of April, 2022.
Mayor Bronson and members of the Anchorage Assembly. I'm Ann Garland Young, and it is with a great deal of humility I accept this resolution honoring my husband, Congressman Don Young of Alaska. There is nothing I wouldn't give if he could be here in person to be so honored. These last few weeks have been the most difficult time in my life. Certainly Friday, March 18th, was the most painful day of my life. And I know I am not alone in all of this. Our city, our state especially, has lost its #1 champion. The term you so accurately used in the resolution, not just once, but twice, is quote, unquote, unparalleled, and it refers to his service. It is a very accurate term. His commitment, his dedication, his loyalty, his total and complete love for all that is Alaska defined him. He wore that proudly and unwaveringly. He left us all a legacy of doing just what is right for Alaska, no matter the consequences. And he lived that motto to the very last day of his life. And now I transfer that mantra to you as the governing body of our city and as we go forward. May God bless you as you continue Congressman Young's work. Also, he's known as my sweetheart. And I am forever grateful for the honor you bestow on him this evening. Thank you, and again, God bless.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. Before you go, Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And to you and both, Daniel, thank you for being here tonight. And thank you for accompanying him on the last parts of his journey. And I want to thank the staff in particular. Again, what I always say about his staff is that it seemed the #1 priority was always making sure if an Alaskan was in need, their need was answered. And that, to me, is the truth of service. And I give much kudos to everybody on that team who supported him to do that work. And just know that the item that you may be waiting on, which is the naming panel, is done. So it was in the consent agenda, so you don't have to stick around for the rest of this show. But that work is accomplished. So everybody have a good night, and thank you for being here very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Next, we have item 10A2, resolution number AR 2022-106, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April as Safe Digging Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Constant and also Ms. Allard. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting? And I believe we have folks here to accept.
Madam Chair, I'm reading. I'm presenting, Madam Chair.
And if we could have the individuals who are here to accept this resolution, please come forward.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April as Safe Digging Month. Whereas each year, Alaska's underground utility infrastructure is jeopardized by unintentional damage, and whereas undesired consequences such as service interruption, damage to the environment, and potential personal injury can occur, and whereas 811 was designated as the national Call Before You Dig number in 2005 and is an active free service throughout the municipality of Anchorage that dispatches utilities to locate lines at the subject property. And whereas placing a call to 811 2 days before digging, respecting the marked lines, and digging with care around the marked areas greatly reduces the risk of hitting a utility line. And whereas April is nationally recognized as Safe Digging Month and serves to promote public awareness about the importance of calling 811 and digging safely. And whereas the rate at which Alaskans hit utility lines is 3 times greater than the national average, local and statewide efforts are necessary to increase awareness of 811 and safe digging, to prevent damage to underground utility infrastructure, and to ensure public safety. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes April 2022 as Safe Digging Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 12th day of April 2022.
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm really enthusiastic about Safe Digging Month because this means it's getting warm and we can get outside in our yards and do all the things I think a lot of Alaskans love to do, particularly if you're a gardener. I'm a big gardener. But please, 811, I will be on my soapbox about 811 all month because what could turn out to be, go out an enjoyable activity could turn out to be something much worse. So I used to kind of not pay as much attention to this, and then I learned some personal stories from some folks who definitely didn't call before they dug, and it's super easy. I've used it now, so super easy. Please do it as you're getting back out into your yards and you want to undertake those projects. It's really fast. They do come out in the 2 days. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Next, we have item 10A3, resolution number AR 2022-107, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2022 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to raise awareness and work together to eliminate sexual assault crimes in our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I'm presenting.
And I'm reading, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2022 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to raise awareness and to work together to eliminate sexual assault crimes in our community. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month observed as an opportunity to promote education and the prevention of sexual violence traces its history to the 1970s, when activists first began organizing on the national scale to reduce sexual assault and violence against women. And in 2001, the first official Sexual Assault Awareness Month reinvigorated a national network of events and support groups that raise awareness and provide resources to survivors and those at risk. And whereas sexual assault is a public health concern that subjects victims to debilitating, immediate, and long-term physical, psychological, social, and financial issues, threatening critical societal structures and resulting in lost contributions, achievements, and income that cannot be fully measured. And whereas, according to the 2020 UAA Justice Center's Alaska Victimization Survey, an estimated 57.7% of Alaska women had experienced intimate partner violence, sexual violence, or both during their lifetime, a 14.7% increase from the 2015 survey. The number of women reporting experiencing interpersonal violence, sexual violence, or both in the last year remained at 8.1%, the same rate reported in 2015. And whereas Standing Together Against Rape, STAR, has been working to prevent sexual trauma and provide comprehensive collaborative crisis intervention, advocacy, and support to victims, survivors, their families, and our communities since 1978. And whereas in April, STAR is launching this year's Sexual Assault Awareness Month campaign to promote awareness about how everyone can play a role in preventing sexual assault and helping survivors heal. Awareness days include Wear Teal Day on April 5, International Denim Day on April 27, and a Masquerade Ball Gala on April 30. STAR has a limited quantity of wristbands and teal ribbon pins available upon request to wear throughout the month of April and or on Wear Teal Day on April 5. Free resources are available on STAR's website at www.staralaska.com. Now therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes April 2022 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encourages community members and volunteers to continue to work together in our community and across the state for the prevention of sexual violence. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 12th day of April 2022.
Welcome.
Thank you. This is really meaningful, and on behalf of our staff, our board, our volunteers, and mostly the survivors in this community and their families, the people who care about them, I really appreciate this resolution. As it says, there is something that all of us can do. Chances are every person in this room knows someone who's been affected by this, or they themselves have been affected by this. So it's up to all of us to do something about that. And this month and every month, there are many opportunities to do so, whether it is share a Facebook post, call our crisis line and get information on how you can help your friend who's a survivor, attend a gala, or volunteer for many volunteer opportunities that we have. Everyone can do something, and that's the message I wanted to present today.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have item 10A4, resolution number AR 2022-110, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing young Alaskans engaged in climate justice and civic engagement in honor of Earth Day. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Seeking unanimous consent, is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, this resolution is approved.
I believe I was in queue. I just wanted to, I'm not on the resolution, so I guess it doesn't matter. I just wanted to give an explanation of why.
Okay, and there may be an issue with the system because you're not showing up in the queue. But go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Oh, I hit the wrong one. You know what? I won't make a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And I believe we have folks here to receive. If you would come forward. And Mr. Rivera, you are reading, and Ms. Kennedy is presenting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing young Alaskans engaged in climate justice and civic engagement in honor of Earth Day. Alaskans have greatly benefited from a way of life sustained by Alaska's lands and waters. And whereas protecting our lands and waters is critical to sustain our current way of life and ensure a livable future for the next generations of Alaskans. And whereas Earth Day has been celebrated for decades worldwide as an opportunity to celebrate our lands and waters. And whereas youth voice has rang clear on protections of our lands, animals, waters, and fellow citizens, and has been a driving force behind climate action in Alaska and globally for decades. And whereas young Alaskans are the future stewards of these lands and waters. And whereas 10 Alaskan teens attended the Alaska Youth for Environmental Action Annual Civics and Conservation Summit on March 4th through 6th, 2022 to advocate to the Alaska State Legislature for the rights of their fellow citizens, expansion of clean energy and climate resiliency programs like those found in Anchorage, and the protection of the 2 largest forests in the United States. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly honors and recognizes the young Alaskans advocating for their communities and future generations on issues of climate justice and civic engagement, and recognizes April 22nd, 2022 as Earth Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 12th day of April, 2022.
Welcome.
Thank you, Anchorage Assembly, on behalf of the AS Civics and Conservation Summit delegates, for recognizing the efforts of me and my peers. I chose to practice civic engagement because I care about climate change, as it affects me as a younger person to soon be living in these environments in the future. Soon enough, there won't be any chance for us to reverse the damage that has been done. Instead, we need to use resources, such as renewable energy, to keep the environment of Alaska clean and healthy. This concept may be complex for us nowadays because our primary energy use is from fossil fuels and other gases, which are non-renewable energy sources. Although this change may be difficult, I believe we must achieve this for our world's sake. While climate change is already a big problem on its own, there are also so many different problems that not only our state, but the world faces as well. These problems include anti-discrimination, homelessness, scarce food, water, money, and/or shelter situations, and many more. I'll pass it on to Brick.
Thank you, and actually, would you state your name, please?
My name is Scarlett McClarence, and I go to the school Polaris K-12.
Thank you. And if you could each state your name and school when you speak, that would be great.
Hello, my name is Brick McClarence. I go to Polaris K-12 school. I chose to practice civic engagement because I care about clean energy. I realize that it is a complex subject in Alaska because things in Alaska have been done the same way, and it's hard to accept new concepts. With all of the science, education, and evidence-based studies, it makes sense to expand to new ideas that fulfills everyone's needs and preserves the earth. The dangers of climate change motivates me to protect our future as a community sustaining a healthy planet. I hope Anchorage can come together with us on this Earth Day. I hope that all of you can support climate action by engaging in House Bill 227 and come to the Earth Day block party April 22nd from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Park Strip.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being
Madam
here
Chair.
tonight. Oh, Mr. Rivera? Actually, don't go anywhere, please. Please come back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much all for coming today. It's so obvious that youth are leading this issue and pushing for change in terms of climate justice around the world. We've seen it in the AFN, we've seen it in the lawsuit that was brought recently in Alaska, although it did fail in the end in the courts, and we're seeing it here right now. I am really hoping to re-engage with the Youth Advisory Commission on the issue of climate justice, and I'm actually going to look towards Mr. Wilbanks to see if there are any vacancies in the Youth Advisory Commission at the moment.
Yes, through the chair, there are a few vacancies, so I encourage everyone to apply at onboard.muni.org/apply, and I'm happy to give you my card afterwards.
Great. Well, consider this a second invitation to apply for that commission, as we do have some vacancies there. I know that prior members of the Youth Advisory Commission really wanted to focus in on climate change and climate justice, but then the pandemic stalled all of their work. So hopefully I'll be able to connect with them soon and get that conversation going again. Thanks all.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. We've got another member in the queue, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank you for your advocacy. And I remember attending the very first Earth Day. I was in my second semester freshman year in college. That was 52 years ago. I was a youth at the time, similar to you, and so we still have progress to make, and so just keep on keeping on, because by the time you're my age, hopefully we'll have some of these problems solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson, and thank you again for being here tonight and for your work. Next, we have item 10A5, resolution number AR 2022-118, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating April 4 through 10, 2022 as National Library Week and April 6, 2022 as National Library Workers' Day. What is the will of the body?
Move to.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeking unanimous consent, is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, this resolution is approved. I believe we have folks here to receive. Would you come forward? And Ms.
Actually, I'll be reading, and Mr. Rivera will be presenting.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating April 4th through 10th, 2022 as National Library Week and April 6th, 2022 as National Library Workers' Day. Whereas Anchorage Public Library staff play an important role in supporting our community while serving library users in need of access to Wi-Fi, e-books, accurate information, family activities, books, community events, and digital services. And whereas Anchorage's libraries have historically served as the great equalizers of knowledge in our community, providing free access to all residents of our community as places for education, opportunity, and lifelong learning. And whereas Anchorage's librarians are trained, compassionate professionals and dedicated public servants who assist persons of all ages, ethnicities, religions, and socioeconomic backgrounds in finding and accessing the information that they need to live, work, and learn in our ever-changing society. And whereas Anchorage's public libraries provide safe, welcoming, inclusive forums for diverse ideas and points of view that help us better understand each other while building community cohesion and interactions. And whereas the American Library Association has established April 4th through 10th, 2022 as National Library Week and April 6th, 2022 as National Library Workers' Day to honor our nation's library professionals and to thank them for their exceptional contributions to our civic life, including the incredible professional team at the Anchorage Public Library. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Anchorage Assembly that April 4th through 10th, 2022 is recognized and celebrated as National Library Week, and April 6th, 2022 is recognized and celebrated as National Library Workers' Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 12th day of April, 2022.
Hi, Jacob Cole, Assistant Director. I wanted to thank, first of all, our branch library staff that couldn't be here. They represent Girdwood, Muldoon, Mountain View, Eagle River. They do an amazing job, and they don't get some of the recognition that our LUSAC staff do. Also, I'd like to thank our Library Advisory Board, Friends of the Library, and our Anchorage Library Foundation for all of the work that they do to support us. We could not do this also without our volunteers and all of the people that support all of these fine people. Everybody comes to work and they do an amazing job, especially under some of the conditions that they've had over the past year and a half. With COVID, they have been creative in creating programs that have served the people of Anchorage online and remotely so that they could have lifelong learning. We connect people with information, education, and community, and we do so as public servants. Thank you.
George Felder's going to speak just
Thank-
quickly for the workers.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for honoring the library workers. Most people don't realize that they're human. They have very difficult situations. They've had terrible family situations this year with COVID, et cetera, but they are dedicated to making the library the place to come to, and it belongs to everyone. And we have some tremendous folks here, and you need to know they sacrifice a lot to make this the best library in the entire United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stick around for a little bit longer here. Mr. Rivera has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so sorry that this resolution is late. I had tried to get this in earlier, but things just fell off my plate. I think I provided you all a copy for each branch, just recognizing the diversity of our library system. You know, what a library is and the function it serves in our community has changed so much over the last few decades. And really the last couple of years, we've seen that change so drastically. And I just want to give a huge kudos to our library workers for all of your innovation, all of your passion, and everything that you've done for our community during this pandemic. The work that you do as library workers is just, it's fundamental. It's a pillar in our community. I want to thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Just a short quote from one of my favorite books. Happiness can be found even in the darkest of times, if only we remember to turn on the light. Thank you for turning on the light.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And thank you all for being here tonight and for all that you do. Next, we have item 10B2, resolution number AR 2022-112, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting Anchorage Senate District's revision option number 2 before the Alaska Redistricting Board that pairs House District 17 with 23 and House District 22 with 24. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second. A motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Because I don't know if it's going to pass or not, myself and Ms. Kennedy did bring forth an amendment on this. But one of the things I wanted to remind the body is that this is a very partisan issue. It's a state issue, and it is redistricting going on currently. I believe it's inappropriate for us as a body to bring forth and vote on such an item, being that it is still under review of the state. And not only that, this is only affecting certain members on the board or on the assembly. And if any member would like to speak about it, they can call in, they can email, but I don't recommend that we pass this as a majority on the assembly. I called in myself, I did it as an individual, and I recommend others do it too. So I would recommend that we don't approve this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely oppose this as well, and unfortunately, it will not speak for the body as a whole. It obviously is looks like at least two members support it, but this particular support of option 2, I will actually just read exactly what I sent in to the redistricting board myself in opposition to option 2. Just so that you get a sense of why. So, option 2 is one of the most egregious attempts to minimize representation in the Chugiak-Eagle River ever devised. For at least the past 40 years, as the community of Chugiak-Eagle River has grown, the area has been represented by 2 senators. For at least 3 decades, the community was represented by people who lived within Chugiak, Peters Creek, or Eagle River themselves. For longer than that, the area has been encompassed by 2 Senate districts. With option 2, all of the Chugiak-Eagle River area becomes encased in 1 Senate district and will have only 1 Senate representative. The Chugiak-Eagle River area has recently been acknowledged by the municipality of Anchorage's own reapportionment plan as a compact and cohesive community, an integrated community by which it maintained its individuality and identity as a recognized whole and integrated community. This recognized community is now being threatened with a significant decrease in its representation in the Alaska State Senate should option 2 be adopted. For over 50 years, the community has jointly shared some of its representation with either portions of Anchorage or portions of the Mat-Su Borough. To reduce that level of representation by 50% is unprecedented and unconscionable. Option 3B, though not ideal, at least maintains the Chugiak-Eagle River's historical and current level of representation in the Senate. Please be very conscious of the damage, the precedents that will be overturned, the history of representation in the area that will be ignored with option 2, and instead support the fairness and continuation of the level of representation that this community has experienced and was apparently entitled to for decades up until now by supporting option 3B. And I hope that kind of just summarizes the reason why I personally have been opposed to option 2. And again, this is exactly what I sent into the testimony to the redistricting board. This is not something that I believe the Assembly as a whole can actually support because it does do damage to 1 district in the community, in the municipality. And so I would hope that members would see that, and I'm happy to discuss discuss more of it because I certainly have some other details to it. But again, I would hope that this would be opposed in its current form. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'm often struck by the idea that when someone is provided equal treatment, but have historically had the benefit of extra representation, that it feels like they're losing something that they should have. But the simple fact of the matter is the way that the maps are aligned, the way that the public testimony overwhelmingly came through our process, overwhelmingly, that to support any other map than map 2 that the State Redistricting Board is considering right now would be a grave disservice to all of those testifiers and to the entire process that the municipality has gone through. There's been an assertion that the Assembly has no position and shouldn't speak to the Redistricting Board. I think that there is no prohibition, and in fact it is squarely within the right of this body to speak on the question before the Redistricting Board. And in fact, I think that the Assembly has a duty. And while it has been asserted that it doesn't represent the body's voice if this passes, I disagree. I think that the fact before us is that a majority of this body speaks and expresses the will of this body. So there is an amendment before us. I will reserve the right to speak on that amendment if it is in fact made. And I urge strongly your support of this item because we heard loud and clear that there is no functional connection between Eagle River and Hillside, and that's what map 3B does. It joins, in fact, Eagle River all the way down to Whittier and beyond. The Chugach Census District, in fact, travels all the way to the eastern border of Alaska. Map 2 unifies north downtown and south downtown, which in an unprecedented manner, for the first time ever in the history that I'm aware of, has been split off from downtown. So now downtown is divided and Government Hill has no representation, as the same for the east corner of Muldoon, which some people say, oh great, they'll have 2 senators. But no, that's not how it works, because the overwhelming majority in those districts have a different vision. The Downtown Community Council, the Government Hill Community Council have spoken on this item in the last 10 days and asked us to support map 2 and asked the board to reject map 3B. The Girdwood Board of Supervisors has asked us to, and the board to support map 2, not 3B. And again, if and when this amendment is moved, I look forward to further testimony, but I urge your support of this resolution. And then ideally the chair tomorrow will go and deliver it in testimony when the public hearing again is opened at the State Redistricting Board.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I stated before, I have personally testified against option 2 and in support of 3B, and any member as an individual can do the same thing. But for the Assembly to come out and say that they are going to do something excuse me, against a district that is supposedly part of this municipality just is actually irrational. And even though you can say that there were people who testified in support of option 2, there are absolutely people who are in support of 3B. And if you only listened to the testimony over the phone, you missed the testimony that was actually sent in, the letters, just the comments. And you have to take all of that information into consideration. I think any member on this body has the ability to give their opinion in this. This body never once gave its opinion when we were talking about the House redistricting. So it's very interesting to me that now that it becomes more of a political football, that there are people who think they have to come in and support a certain option, which absolutely is to the detriment of another community, and even saying that the community doesn't deserve to have 2 Senate seats when that's happened for over 50 years, almost 50 years, sorry, but about 40 years. So that just doesn't make sense either. So I'm just saying that I think just in the sense of having some peace around here, especially in my community who is feeling very marginalized right now about this, and I do think there are some constitutional implications in this as well, that it is better for the Assembly to just not take a stand that says the Assembly has taken this stand, because it will be a split vote. And technically or typically, resolutions are done in a way of just dealing with normal things and non-controversial things. I'm telling you right now, this is controversial. So I would prefer that the Assembly did not try to think that they had the ability, regardless of the 2 members' vote from the Chugach-Eagle River area, to go forward and make some kind of opinion that supposedly represents the Assembly of the Municipality of Anchorage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick response in regards to public coming out full force on what the reapportionment was for the Assembly and what we as a group decided with the reapportionment. This is completely different. When you heard the testimony and when you saw the write-ins, and the very first day, I can't comment on the other days, but I know it was overwhelming, 40 were in favor of Plan 3B and 2 were not. That was on the written testimony. So to compare that the community overwhelmingly came out with something different is just not accurate. So you are involving senators that will no longer represent us potentially, but it has nothing to do with any of the incumbent races. It has everything to do with the redistricting and being represented the way we should be, and the socioeconomics of it, the contiguous lines of it, and also the compactness. So I just believe that we need to step back and not impact what certain districts are doing. And I will be quite frank, if any of the other districts on the Assembly were being impacted by Senate races, I would not bring a resolution forward to try to steer something that should be done by the state legislatures. And again, as a body and individuals on this body, we should testify individually, not try to use our authority to try to bully our way in our decisions that will impact the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So are you talking on the main? No one, we didn't hear a motion for the amendment. Is that coming? Okay. So should we wait, try to make your amendment, or should we talk?
Actually, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Call the question.
I don't get to talk. Does my being in the queue beat the call the question?
So a motion was made by Ms. Kennedy to postpone the item indefinitely. It was seconded by Ms. Allard, and then a motion to call the question on the motion to postpone indefinitely was made by Mr. Constant, and then seconded by, who seconded that?
I guess we're going to debate it. Let's have this debate.
So the motion to call the question was not seconded. So Ms. Kennedy, on your motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that a lot of what I have already said in regard to why we shouldn't be voting on this applies to whether or not we should move to postpone indefinitely. But I did want to also bring up that we had had some information previous given to us by our own Assembly Council when we were talking about redistricting, and it had to do with the Constitution, and it referenced Equal Protection Clause. And there's a statement in there that explains that there is a fair and effective representation clause that is part and parcel to the Equal Protection Clause. And it's defined here by our Assembly Council as the right to group effectiveness or an equally powerful vote. This is violated when the electoral system substantially disadvantages certain voters, I would say in this case the Chugach Eagle River community, in their opportunity to influence the political process effectively. And I would say compared to how they have been doing it for 40 years. In this political context, a violation requires a proof of purposeful discrimination and that a group of voters is being consistently and substantially excluded from the political process. If you are losing your representation by 50%, you're basically being excluded from a good portion of that political process and going on and denied political effectiveness for a period of more than one election. First of all, it's obviously intentional to remove a senator from this group because apparently even one assembly member believes that we have had more than we've been entitled to for all these years and we don't deserve having two Senate representatives, even though this has been going on for decades. And of course, this will be a period of more than one election. In a 10-year period, there'll be multiple elections. So I think that there are absolutely grounds to basically say that there has been a violation of the Constitution under the Equal Protection Clause for the community of Chugach Eagle River should option 2 pass. Now that would obviously be for the courts to decide specifically, but I think there's enough there to warrant the fact that we cannot at this point go to a place that diminishes and dilutes the representation of this community. Therefore, this resolution is just wrong in what it's proposing. And so therefore we ought to be, moving or postponing it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every single one of those arguments exists now for my district and my neighborhoods. The way that the political gerrymander that the Supreme Court of the state of Alaska already ruled was unconstitutional by the actions of the allies of the movers of this motion. Achieved. The courts have already ruled the unconstitutional act has happened to the people of Anchorage, and the proposal of 3B just simply moves that gerrymander, that illegal action, to another district. And so an argument has been made, and I would say that every single one of those claims now currently exists for the people in the district that I live in, under the map that was proposed and found unconstitutional and under the map that is coming. So when we talk about diminished and diluted representation, because it seems like we're speaking to the courts now, the district that's losing its representation under the map that's proposed 3B is actually the two minority-majority districts in this town. They have siphoned off from them what little power that they have, and it's aggregated into the community of Eagle River, which has in this record now stated they believe they are due 2 senators. That is literally the argument that you heard in front of this body. They believe they are due 2 senators. Now, as I understand the state apportionment of seats, every individual in this state is allowed 1 House representative and 1 senator. But clearly, it has been stated by these members that they believe they have a right to 2. And that clearly is the effect of their motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. So I don't know the nuances of state redistricting like we got to know our city redistricting and kind of the rules. And of course, we know our city really well amongst ourselves. But when I saw the 2 options here, it was pretty clear that the one did to, the Upper Hillside and Turnagain Arm and Girdwood, just what we really fought and agreed as a body should not happen, in the city. So I sent that information to all my community council friends and others on the hillside and said, you might want to look at this and do something about this. And I directed them to testify at the state, not expecting that we would do something. And so as much as I oppose that 3B as being really bad for my district, and I haven't heard, I think we did hear from one, I think for Halo gave us some information. I'm not sure that, looking at Suzanne, if we got any resolutions. It was short time.
Creek.
Beg your pardon?
Rabbit Creek Community?
Rabbit Creek did send
or
one in.
Council
Okay.
and GBOS.
And I got a concerned email from Glen Alps, but the others I think are still working on it. So I'm pretty sure that in my district they don't like that version either. But I am uncomfortable sending this forward too. One, because I just don't know the nuances of the state. And I agree that, you know, there is an issue with Eagle Rivers, and I just think we should go speak as individuals and not do this as an assembly. So I won't support this, though I do support the direction this goes. And when I call in, I might just read this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Ms. LaFrance, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the members from Eagle River wanting to do what they can and what they think is in the best interests for their constituents, though I am not convinced that this resolution is at the detriment of District 2. We often weigh in on actions at the state level when it's something that directly impacts our constituents, as I believe the redistricting process definitely does and certainly threatens to do for any of us who live in South Anchorage or along Turnagain Arm or in Girdwood. And as the Vice Chair mentioned and others, during the reapportionment process, we heard overwhelmingly opposition to joining any part of District 6 with Eagle River, not because we don't like you, but because it didn't make any sense. It wasn't contiguous. We are our own area. We have the Hillside District Plan. Many of those issues, too, extend along Turnagain Arm, and Girdwood is, of course, unique in its own way, but shares certain affinities with District 6. So again, that it made no sense to carve that out in our reapportionment process. And in the same way that I asked my peers during the reapportionment process to reject any map that carved out the hillside, I ask my colleagues to support this resolution because it is abundantly clear, and I just don't think that's appreciated maybe at the state level, that this area shares interests, is contiguous, and needs to stay together. So again, I ask my peers to please support this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not the same as assembly districts. We have 6 of them. This is clearly different. We have 9 Senate districts, 17 House districts. We're not asking for the body to do anything but not go forward with it. We're not asking to pick a side. We're just saying that this is not something we should be deciding on as a body. The other thing I would like to state and remind the community that voted on a 12th member to become part of the assembly, and that a member of this body who is downtown district also needed another representation to have 2 to represent the downtown area. The population almost doubled in size for representation of downtown. I might be calling it wrong. I think it's called North now. Is it North? North. So there's 2 representing that population. So it's alarming that we would think that Eagle River, Chugiak doesn't deserve same representation. It's absolutely different. So just reminding you that you wanted representation and you got it, and so do we. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't find the arguments from Chugiak Eagle River compelling at all, given that they did not support this when we went through the city redistricting process, so it's quite hypocritical. That said, I feel somewhat uncomfortable, much like Mr. Weddleton said, weighing into this and getting into these details. So I would support a motion to postpone indefinitely, not necessarily on the substance, but just more of the concept of, also our meetings always go till 12 and we have too many meetings, and this is why, because we spend a lot of time weighing in on things that are not before us. So I'm going to support a motion to postpone indefinitely, but I just want the members from Chugiak Eagle River to know that it's not because of your compelling arguments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. If that's the position that is adopted by this body, then you can anticipate that map 3B will be the one that prevails, because if we don't speak to this item, the most clear, the most authoritative voice for this municipality, in which all of this boundary really is embodied, then we give it up and we will lose this. And my district will be 1/10 part of a Senate district and will have no voice, because the majority of that district will be Eagle River and Chugiak. So I am currently South Eklutna in the map as proposed. South Eklutna, I have no representation. My neighbors have no representation. And so this voice is our voice. This is a subdivision of the state. The state welcomes hearing from us on this conversation. And so there's no prohibition from them hearing from us. And so while it might make people feel uncomfortable that we're speaking on a question before the state redistricting board, this matter is so important to the people of my neighborhood, I can't even tell you, because they lose and they have historically lost. This will be just like that Muldoon finger again. It will be just like that Muldoon finger that will depress and turn out to nothing, because people will have no voice. They will be drowned out by the voice of Eagle River, which will have two, and I will have none.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. Question for the sponsor of the resolution. Have other political subdivisions weighed in on the redistricting process through resolution, either prior to or currently?
I actually don't know the answer to that question.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the answer is yes. I think the Mat-Su and Fairbanks both did pass resolutions making their voice heard. I'll say that I sort of share some of the misgivings of Ms. Quinn Davidson and Mr. Weddleton, but I do intend to vote for this and thus vote against the motion to postpone indefinitely. This whole saga was sort of started by East Anchorage, by Muldoon, by plaintiffs in Muldoon, who were clearly, the Supreme Court ruled, there was an illegal political gerrymander that was taking Muldoon and adding to the political power of Eagle River Chugiak at the detriment of Muldoon. And so it doesn't seem like map 3B addresses the political gerrymander that was highlighted by the Supreme Court. It just shifts it to a different part of Anchorage. And it is a fundamentally different thing than the reapportionment process, because in the reapportionment process, Eagle River Chugiak by itself did not have enough population to justify a two-member assembly district. They do have enough population to have a state senate district, which is great. They're going to have one. But they don't have enough population because our assembly districts are significantly larger in population than state senate districts. They have to draw it from somewhere else. Now, we eventually said they're not going to draw it from the hillside. They're going to draw it from J-Bear. So no other part of Anchorage gets to draw from J-Bear. But that is a sort of a different matter. Eagle River Chugiak, to its credit, has enough population to justify a full state senate district, and I'm glad that they get it. And I think it's notable that one of the current state senators of Eagle River Chugiak came out and testified against map 3B, saying it was ridiculous. I intend to vote against this motion to postpone and to support the resolution. And let the record reflect I have agreed with Laura Reinbold on something. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AR 2022-112S indefinitely. The motion to postpone indefinitely fails 4-6. We are now back on the main motion. Mr. Constant?
I move to call the question.
Second.
Ms. Zalatel has moved to call the question. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to call the question, which, if it prevails, would bring the question before the body for a vote. Eight votes are required for this motion to pass. The motion fails 7-3. We are back on the main motion, and just to remind folks, on the main motion so far, Ms. Allard has spoken twice, and Ms. Kennedy has spoken twice, and Mr. Constant has spoken once on the main motion. So I will go then to Mr. Constant next, because he has only spoken once on the main motion, and then I'll go back through the queue. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Then I reserve the right to speak a third time. There's one last item I want to speak about, at least for now, and that is the concept of contiguity, because there is a very cynical argument that's been made before the redistricting board by some members of this body that suggests that it's contiguous. Look, there's a connection on the map. And so I want to put into the record that there are, in fact, I believe, two classes of contiguity, which I speak to in the resolution. The contiguity that's being proposed between Hillside and Eagle River in the 3B map that's proposed before the redistricting board is what I call second-class contiguity. The only true connection between the two places is, in fact, the Iditarod Trail, without having to drive through multiple other districts. And so unless you have an airplane or a helicopter or several days to hike and snowshoes right now, there is no contiguity between Eagle River and Hillside. But the majority of that population for sure is Eagle River. So Eagle River wins. The same with my district. The way that the 3B map connects, it's a second-class form of contiguity. There is a barrier between Government Hill, downtown, and Muldoon. And the difference is that there is a secured military installation in which most of the residents of my neighborhood and my district cannot pass. It might as well be the Grand Canyon between Eagle River and North Downtown, except for you have to travel through 3 or 4 house districts to connect. So the reality of the proposed map, if we don't support this resolution, is that they will move forward and they will successfully grant second-class status to the people of Hillside, of Girdwood, Turnagain Arm, and Government Hill and Muldoon, when the simplest solution is to go with map 2.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So I will go back through the queue, and Ms. Kennedy, this will be your third time in on this motion, so I ask that you please be brief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Kennedy Allard Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Kennedy Allard Amendment 1 has been moved by Ms. Kennedy and seconded by Ms. Allard. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this will be the first time that I've spoken toward this amendment. What I'd like to see in this amendment here would be to acknowledge the fact that the District 2 members are in pretty significant opposition to this resolution, and for various reasons. Like I said, I'm not even really going to argue over the difference between option 2 and option 3, other than to say the very obvious, and that is this community loses representation. Now, you can try to argue that this is hypocritical, but believe me, there's enough hypocrisy from this entire group in terms of the conversations that we had in our reapportionment to go around. So I would just ask that this particular whereas be allowed to be put in with this so that anybody reading, if anybody reads these kinds of things, I don't know, maybe nobody cares, but I would certainly like for the record for it to show that the two members from the district that is, from the area that is being most impacted by this absolutely opposes the information in the resolution. So I would hope that just for, like I said, recognition of the opposition, that this would be allowed to pass. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I'll move through the queue on the amendment. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question on this for the makers. So you speak about 2 state Senate districts in currently sort of representing or controlled by Eagle River Chugiak. And I'm curious kind of how that lines up right now. So I know that there is the primary state Senate district for most of Eagle River Chugiak. The other senator you're talking about, are you referring to Shelley Hughes's district? And if so, sort of what percentage of that district is in Eagle River Chugiak now?
Madam Chair, may I speak to that, please?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. If you look at Senator Hughes, her district is all of Chugiak except maybe a very, very small portion. I couldn't exactly tell you the map unless you actually live there, but Ms. Hughes, or Senator Hughes, actually represents probably 3/4, if not more, of Chugiak, Birchwood, Peters Creek, and Eklutna. And that is also represented by a House district, which is Kathy Tilton, 12, which is being redone so that, right, so we will lose a House representative and a senator.
Can I have a follow-up to that? So does Tilton's district extend into Mat-Su, and if so, sort of what percentage of the population of her district is in the Mat-Su?
Probably, I couldn't tell you percentage-wise. I can only tell you how much it comes into ours because I don't pay attention to that side of it. But as her assembly, we represent all the way up until Eklutna. So I can't tell you the percentage. I just know it starts exactly where Ms. Hughes' Senate district starts as well. So it's right there at the cusp of Chugiak. So they don't have any part of Eagle River per se, but they have a very small portion we have a very small portion of Chugiak, and all the rest would go into that Senate district.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I can't tell you the math, though.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Ms. Allard.
I can
you
answer
want
that
to add?
a little bit more specifically,
Sure.
Madam Chair. I can tell you the precincts that are in District 12 that are part of that, of Kathy Tilton's district and Ms. Hughes, Senator Hughes' district as well. And there are 4 precincts in District 12 that are the Butte, Snowshoe, Fairview number 1, Fairview number 2. And there are, let's see, there are roughly about 12, a little over 12,000 people in that area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can I ask a clarifying?
Sure.
I'm sorry, was that, the 12,000 people, was that the part that's in the valley or the part that's in Eagle River Chugiak?
That is the part that's in the valley.
And so a district is what, 17, 18,000 people? So the vast majority of people in that district live in the valley? Is that accurate to say?
5,000, 6, 7, doing math real quick here, 8 and 7, about 7,000 in the Chugiak portion of that district that would be overlapping in the Chugiak Eagle River area. Does that help?
Thank you. And that's just one of the 2 underlying state house seats. And I assume the full other state house seat is actually in the valley. Is that right?
The rest of District 12 is in, but District 13 is the rest of Chugiak and Fire Lake, and then District 14 is Eagle River proper.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar and Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant, on
Thank
the
you.
amendment.
I don't support the amendment, but I do believe that the proper vehicle for this language is in a letter on assembly member letterhead from the members, either jointly or individually, to the redistricting board following, if this passes, the passage of this item. So I ask you to oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to AR 2022-112S. The amendment fails 3-7. We are now back on the main motion. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-112S. The motion passes 7-3. We will now take up item 10E3. Resolution number AR 2022-105, a resolution appropriating $2,027,726.14 when tendered as a grant from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 to fund COVID-19 testing, vaccinations, and other COVID-related expenses. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatil, you pull this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions about this item, and I apologize for not getting them in via email. Primarily, I just want to know what's the current plan for the expenditure? Is it steady state operations as currently stood up by the Anchorage Health Department? And then particularly, how are we allocating any of thing towards COVID-19 testing? Because I believe currently that is all done through private contractors and not paid for by the municipality. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Director Gerace is on the bridge, and he can answer those questions.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Director Gerace.
Thank you to the Assembly member through the chair. We have not set up a distribution of the funds based on the 3 buckets that the grant allows. It was recently received, and we're evaluating that now. We do plan on conducting outreach, remote testing at ALFs and other remote facilities where people have had access issues. This was the funding stream we sought for those shut-in clients that we've had a funding scarcity for. So we are working that right now. We were seeing if it was going to be accepted, and inside the AHD I could loop back around and close that loop, but we are planning on using it for all 3 intended purposes, and it is not for steady state operations. This is all outreach, testing, vaccination around community, particularly the high-risk communities and the historically underserved communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that answer, Director Gerace. If we could just get a little bit more detail about how these funds are going to be implemented at the next Health Policy Committee meeting at the beginning of May, that would be helpful. And the follow-up question for that time is, how long will this funding last? So how long will we be able to maintain our current COVID-19 operations with this funding into the future? And then finally, do we expect any additional funding to come the municipality's way from the state of Alaska, or is this possibly it, or are we in a wind down phase? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-105. The motion passes 10-0. We now have before us item 10E5, resolution number AR 2021-121, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $100,000 of transfers from the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund 461-800 to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Operating Fund 161000 for the operation of the Ben Boeke and Dempsey Anderson Ice Arenas. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton, you pull this item.
Yeah, thanks. So to administration, so I was just curious what the relationship with SMG is now. My understanding is that Sullivan and Boeke and Dempsey were kind of wrapped into one contract. I could be totally wrong. And I guess when do their contracts expire? And is this a brave new direction we're doing on the these ice rinks? I know hockey teams or clubs wanted to manage them. Maybe you could flesh that out a bit. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton. The SMG contract has been expired for many, many, many months. And so they have been operating proactively with us, but without a contract. The appropriations here are specifically to pay utilities at the Boki and Dempsey ice arenas. So we need to transfer that money because they're out of contract. The municipality became responsible for the utilities on these facilities as of April 1st. So that's what the appropriation specifically is for. With regard to SMG, they've made it clear to us that they no longer want to bid on the contract or have the contract for management of these arenas. So what we are actually have an RFP out right now for potential new operators for this. If you have specific questions, our purchasing director is here. I also did send the Assembly some detailed information on those RFPs earlier today, so I'm happy to recap that if you'd like me to, or if you have questions for Director Alger, she can certainly answer those as well.
Any follow-up, Mr. Weddleton?
I'm sorry, did you say you sent the RFP to who?
No, I sent some detailed information. Some people were asking, some Assembly members were asking earlier today if a hockey club was going to take on some of these ice arenas. We have multiple hockey clubs that have expressed an interest, so therefore we had to go to a competitive RFP process. So I just sent that verbiage out to Assembly members earlier.
Oh.
Yeah, I can forward it to you as well if you didn't get it. I thought maybe
No, I might have
you did.
missed it. No, that'd be interesting to see. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I'll forward it to you. But there is an RFP out right now. If you have specific questions about the RFP, Director Alger's in the audience. She's our purchasing director. She can certainly answer those questions.
Okay, I think I've heard what I needed for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I want to take it a step further than Mr. Weddleton did and ask if the administration has heard from members of the public interested in purchasing of the building off of Minnesota there, the hockey rink. I have heard a number of interested parties expressing interest. If a management agreement isn't the best idea, that there are parties that would be interested in considering a purchase of that property for long-term use by hockey and the ice community.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, I can't speak to everybody who's inquired, but I can tell you I have become aware of some people who were inquiring to buy it, and they wanted us to give them millions of dollars to take it on. So I declined that, that request. But, anytime right now, Saxton Shearer, he's our Director of Maintenance and Operation, he's going through an inventory of all municipal assets and looking at their lifespan, how much it costs us, when do we hit that breakover point where it's more beneficial for us to sell it. So those are always things we'd be willing to contemplate should a serious buyer come forward. At this time, I haven't seen one. It doesn't mean that somebody hasn't been kicking it around, but that's something that I think, frankly, we would always be interested in entertaining if that was in the best interest of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-121. That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 10F5. Information Memorandum Number AIM 56-2022, Heritage Land Bank Wetlands Mitigation Program Update, First Quarter 2022. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of April 26th for the purpose of having a work session.
Second for purposes of discussion.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone this item to the meeting of April 26th. It's been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Just in my read, there are some very substantial changes intended within the document, and I want to be sure we understand the full implications of what they are. So I'm not comfortable passing this one with just a cursory look.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there someone from the Heritage Land Bank here tonight that could speak to this?
Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Trombley is on the bridge.
Okay. So I think obviously, you know, the point on here that kind of stands out the most to me, and there might be others that we could address at a work session, but on the second page when it speaks about a third permit modification for the APD facility necessitated by the Navigation Center, and it says another permit modification will be required to change the use in an area already permitted with credits already purchased and unused. And then it goes on to say in a note, this change in site use planning will require a new location be found for the ASD transportation facility, since the Tudor Elmore development zoning special limitations require that current facilities relocation prior to development is proposed to occupy a portion of the space. So what I'm understanding from this document is, because we are now proposing to use a portion of where we thought the bus barn, the student transportation facility, was going to go for the Navigation Center, now we have, for the purposes of wetlands at least, or wetland mitigation, we can't put the proposed student transportation facility there, and thus the TED project cannot go forward. Is that an accurate reflection of what this document is saying, Mr. Trombley?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar. No, that's not accurate. The design of the TED development, you know, the last one that I saw actually had the bus barn behind much of the TED development. That was by Mr. Irwin, I believe. So I think that there is room for some sort of ingenious way to keep the bus barn on that current site, maybe not at its current location, but where that TED project would go.
Okay, I'll say a comment and then a question. My comment is, I think that there are a number of people living pretty close to where I think in my head you're planning to put it there. And my experience, and I think experience of this body, is if you try to put the bus barn close to a residential area, you're going to, I think rightly, get some pretty fierce pushback. We did a site selection process, a pretty detailed site selection process, before arriving at the location that now apparently can no longer be used. Are you envisioning a similar site selection process for where the student transportation facility could go, if it can't go there?
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar. Well, just to clarify a previous statement you made about where I want to put the bus barn. It's not up to me as to where the bus area would go. That was just a proposed development location. That would be a very big endeavor as far as where that would go. So yeah, that would have to go through another public process to figure out where a bus barn would go.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it was a conceptual design.
Yep.
Is the term I was looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. So I thought that the special limitations of the TED, you know, we approved a lot of different documents in order to go forward with the TED. I thought the special limitations on the TED land specifically said you could not put the student transportation facility on site.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, I'd have to go back and look at all of those rezones, and there's 1 to B3 with special limitations. I don't specifically recall anything saying that. I could be wrong. I'd be happy to go back and look at those and provide that information to you later.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley.
And thank you, Mr. Trombley. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AIM 56-2022 to the meeting of April 26. The motion to postpone passes 9-1. That concludes our consent agenda. However, we have one other item. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. There was an unusual item on the agenda tonight. The administration put forward a nominating memorandum for a returning staff member, and then we scheduled the confirmation hearing, and the item was published on the agenda, but he wasn't yet employed by the municipality, and the administration asked for us to postpone the item until the individual is actually in the employment of the municipality. And then it slipped right through our fingers, and we approved the confirmation tonight without yet having gone through the process that we need to. So in order to follow our procedures thoughtfully, I need to move to reconsider item 10D1, which is the confirmation memorandum of Jack Adamus.
Second.
So a motion has been made to reconsider item 10D1 by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration of item 10D1. The motion to reconsider passes 10-0.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Constant?
I would move to postpone that item to 10, already in October, to April 26th.
Second.
So a motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone 10D1 to the meeting of April 26th. It's been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone. The motion to postpone passes 10-0. A work session has been scheduled for April 22nd from 12:20 to 12:50 p.m. And with that, we will go ahead and take our scheduled dinner break. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. If members would take their seats, please. We will now take up the 11s, unfinished business and unfinished action on public hearing items. We now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 182-2022, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Board of Directors appointment. This item was postponed from the meeting of March 15, 2022 to permit a 10-day public comment period. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body? Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 182-2022. Item 11A passes 10-0. We now have before us item 11B, resolution number AR 2022-69, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly supporting Senate Bills 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 46 in Alaska's 32nd legislature, collectively known as TPIP or Turning Pain into Progress. Mr. Rivera moved to approve. It was seconded by Ms. Zalatel at the meeting of March 1st, 2022. Action was postponed from that meeting. A motion to approve is on the floor, and an S version has also been submitted. What is the will of the body? Actually, Mr. Rivera, I see you in the queue. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. As I understand it, we do have a motion on the floor. So hopefully this is in line, but I'd like to move to approve the S version.
Second. So a motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as folks can see, this resolution is narrowed down pretty significantly to just one of the 6 bills. Senate Bill 7 is the focus of this new resolution. Senate Bill 7 passed in the State Senate in March. You can see the the vote was unanimous with a number of senators excused. I guess that's how Juneau works. Then it's very likely to, as I hear and understand it, but you never know, very likely to pass in the House later this month. It's passed through one committee, and it should be heard in a second committee this week. And then after that should head to the floor for a full floor vote. And I think it's important for us to lend our voice and support to help make this happen. And just a quick note, one of the new ERA statements in here, you'll see it talks about a couple of an ordinance and resolution that the Assembly considered in 2020. Basically, those two combined do the exact same thing that this bill, Senate Bill 7, proposes to do. So we've already done it. Now we're supporting the state doing the same thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add, not only has Anchorage posted its policies online, but it was able to use that to post a draft policy for body-worn cameras and get feedback on that policy. So APD really did go above and beyond in the instance of what we intended for posting online policies and procedures, and hopefully that's setting the example if Senate Bill 7 passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. So we're talking on this motion to approve the S version. Is that correct? Thanks.
That's
Okay.
correct.
It's interesting seeing how much got crossed out because things changed at the legislature, and it shows the peril of sending in comments on the very mercurial legislature. So looking at this, it's really narrowed down to almost nothing. It says that you should do something that they're already doing, and it kind of just whispers. And I think, on most resolution ordinances, when we do an S version or something, we delete large sections. That's just background noise, and you just read what the main message is. On this one, because it does so little, that stuff that's deleted it's not just background noise anymore. And I don't support it all. So even though it's narrowed down, to me it kind of it feels implicit to me that this means that we'll get back and support these other things later, and I'm not quite there on those. So I don't think I'll support this at all. but not that I think it's bad to post the policies. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just kind of looking for some more understanding from the sponsors of this in regard to what they think it really means to require that different departments put their current policies and procedures on a department website or on a municipality or borough's website or whichever jurisdiction it is, in regard to whether or not they give this gives any real requirements or if this gives leeway. Because one of the things that we have discovered, at least in Anchorage, is that there are certain things that the police will not be putting online for the public to see. So what is the distinction then between saying that current policies and procedures will be posted online versus the departments and jurisdictions having the ability or the flexibility to determine exactly what should or shouldn't be online? I have not read the bill, so I don't know specifically what it says, but that's my concern, is that this would try to say that everything that the department does would be required to be put online. So if anybody can speak to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
May I?
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have read the bill. It's quite a short bill, and I think part of the reason why it's quite short is because this is already, well, I guess just to clarify, so this is just for one department. It's the State Department of Public Safety, so it's not something that requires all departments, police departments throughout the state to post their policies and procedures, so it's just DPS. And then second is the reason that the bill is quite short and the reason that it's getting bipartisan support is that this bill is already in practice, it's just not in law. So the Department of Public Safety already publishes its policies and procedures on their website. What Senate Bill 7 does is it requires that to stay in law so that no future DPS commissioner could decide to reverse course. This is just a practice of transparency that the state is going to decide we're going to put this in law. This is our practice going in perpetuity into the future.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, well, that does actually answer a couple of questions, and I guess the primary one then actually being that the Department of Public Safety is already doing this. So, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-69S. Item 11B passes 8-2.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard, do you have
Can we do an immediate reconsideration, please? I tried to catch it before it clicked in, and I apologize.
Ms. Allard, do you want to change your vote?
I do,
The
please.
clerk has advised that she's able to do that.
Yes, thank you.
Without a motion to reconsider.
Yeah, thank you. To a no vote, please. Thank you.
Item 11B passes 7-3. Next, we have before us item 11C, Information Memorandum Number AIM 37-2022, Summary of Changes to AO 2021-96, as amended, 2022 General Government Operating Budget for the Municipality of Anchorage to conform to the executive organization adopted in AO 2021-114, as amended. Action was postponed on this item from the meeting of March 1, 2022. No motion is pending. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would move that we postpone this item to the meeting of the 26th to be taken up concurrently with the ordinance addressing the resolution addressing the first quarter budget revisions so that the conversation is all contained within a set general time frame on that record.
Is there a second?
Second.
So move to postpone to the meeting of April 26th by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just as I stated, I think that since this is a matter that relates directly to the question of the organization and the budget, that we should have this contemporaneous to the question of the first quarter budget revision.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll support the postponement, and I think that after the work session, I have some concerns with the language in the AIM about there being no real-world effects of the budget changes. I think we have heard at least effects, and that real-world effects are the same as money maybe not being available to get out into the community for various programs. I also think that we need to find a way, and perhaps this will be the vehicle to do so, that once we work through, or as we work through the first quarter budget revisions, we ultimately memorialize what happened. Because this was an attempt to do that up to a point, and now we're seeing certifications that weren't given previously happening for certain funds. We just really need to capture everything that occurred so that it's accurate moving forward, because it's been really confusing and really hard to talk with the public about what is and isn't available in the 2022 budget, particularly in the alcohol tax, where there's a lot of interest. You know, the first year of the alcohol tax was disrupted somewhat by COVID. We got things out despite COVID. And now we're in that first continuation year, and there's a lot of question about how we're going to operationalize those grant programs or getting that money on the street. So I support the postponement for that purpose, and it really needs to go beyond just where we land in first quarter budget. It needs to be broader than that. It needs to keep its intended purpose while moving through first quarter. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to ask the administration if postponement of this has any impact on how the administration needs to prepare for that first quarter budget revision conversation. What might be the impact of postponing? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Dembowski, do you want to comment on this AIM being brought forward by Assembly leadership?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think this AIM will have an impact on first quarter budget. I think it's fine for it to run concurrently. Then you can have a holistic conversation, I think.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure. My only concern with postponing this to the 26th is we have an extremely full agenda on the 26th, and we seem to be actually making pretty good time right now tonight. And I think this, and I would like to hear that if the chair is willing to speak to this, because it's her item. I think this just sort of memorializes what was done during the budget process. And if that's the case, then I think we ought to pass it tonight, again, just so that we have one less item to deal with on the 26th.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
But if the people who are bringing it forward feel strongly that it should go to the 26th, then I'm open to that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And I will just comment that the intention of this AIM was to summarize the changes to conform to the executive organization that was adopted, the budget changes. And I mean, as far as whether it's approved now or next week, I don't have strong feelings either way. I know that I'm just looking for the line that Ms. Zalatel referenced concerning real world. Okay, it's that line at the bottom of page 2, starting at 31. Assembly leadership and the administration have agreed to revisit the issue at first quarter budget revisions, and the administration has represented to Assembly leadership that the dispute will not have real-world effects before that time. I understand that Ms. Zalatel has raised that point. I'm comfortable with that language because it captured the conversation that was had between Assembly leadership and the administration concerning the budget. But again, I don't have strong feelings as a sponsor, Mr. Dunbar, on the timing of the body taking this up. Thanks. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone this item to the meeting of April 26th. The motion fails 5-5. There is no motion on the floor. Ms. Zalatel?
Move to accept, or move to approve, sorry, AIM. Approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
So motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
I move to amend on page 2, deleting lines 31 through 34 after the word overrides on line 31.
Is there a second to the proposed amendment?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunbar. And again, the amendment proposes to strike on line 31 after overrides. That entire sentence ends on line 34. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate your explanation that this is meant to capture what happened. And I think it leaves the record a little bit murky in that we have seen real world effects, or they've been brought forward into our attention. I don't want this to ever be conveyed or portrayed as us in agreement with the fact that that's actually what happened. And I think that that's really important. I think the way in which this budget has been implemented the first quarter of this year has been done so in a way that I hope we never see it done this way again, because it does have real world effects. When we are budgeting for a year and that budget is approved and there's the separation of powers, so that budget is approved by the legislative branch, the mayor has the ability to exercise his veto, and when that veto is overridden, there's an expectation and a requirement that the budget approved by this body is the one that goes into implementation. Not doing so is a real world effect. It's a hard stop. There is no wiggle room in that analysis. It is very clear that that is the separation of powers and the role of this body, and that is the real world effect. And I think that there is also the real world effects of not getting some of these programs up and running because we've had this looming question over fund certification. And so I want us to be very clear on our position, which we made when we overrode the vetoes, and our position moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
I just want to say I concur with Ms. Zalatel and hope the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel, would you restate the amendment for the clerk, please? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to AIM 37-2022. The amendment passes 9-1. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a technical issue. So this is an Assembly Information Memorandum, which after conferring with Clerk Jones, this is actually something that should be a motion to accept, not a motion to approve. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel, you were correct. Can we just convert that to a motion to accept, Madam Clerk? It's handy to have a few former chairs around. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept AIM 37-2022 as amended. Item 11C passes 10-0. Next, we have before us item 11D, resolution number AR 2022-84, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly establishing and adopting the Anchorage Assembly's progress report and 2022 priorities and goals. This item was postponed from the meeting of March 15, 2022. There is no motion on the floor. What is the will of the body? Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. I believe we do have an S version of this, so I'll go ahead and move to approve the S.
Second.
So the S version has been moved to approve by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank everyone for your work on this, and a big thanks to Mr. Weddleton and Ms. Kennedy for proposing the changes that are in the S version, which I'm totally fine with. As usual, this process tends to take much longer than you planned for. But I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues to achieve these goals and continue our work in these priority areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. France, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Mr. Rivera for his work on this project. I mentioned the prior item that it's handy to have some former chairs around, and Mr. Rivera did some really good work in organizing the body around our strategic plan and vision, so thank you for continuing that work.
Madam Chair.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-84S. Item 11D passes 10-0. Next, we have new public hearings. We now have before us item 14A, ordinance number AO 2022-42, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly waiving certain fees established in the Anchorage Municipal Code as an economic stimulus measure in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Public testimony on this item is now open. I do want to note that the sponsors intend to move to postpone this item to the meeting of April 26 with the intention of rescheduling the work session that was slated for the week to this Friday, April 15. With that, public testimony is now open. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
My name is Ron Oliva. I'm represented by the entire assembly. I have properties throughout the city. I find that question discriminatory and biased to come from a district, and that eliminates any votes to any other members. So I think you should rephrase that. It bothers me, and it's terribly discriminatory. You probably felt the disturbance in the force that I'm back, but I was here before on this particular stimulus package because our good mayor, now long gone, Berkowitz, took the tax payment and went from June 15th to July 15th, something to that nature, the first half. The second half was due August 15th. I paid in full all my taxes August 15th. Just a little confusion on how he extended it. But I paid in full, and this assembly, when I appeared, I asked for forgiveness on the penalty and interest that came to $9,700. So by you passing this with certain fees, and I think it's personal property taxes, it's discriminatory and not equal. And I think any cost-benefit analysis, when I showed you the foreclosures of the tax rolls, it would have been much more beneficial to just collect all the taxes on August 15th. You got all your money, but it was debt. What?
I've paused your time. I just want to confirm that you are speaking to this ordinance before us.
Yes, I am.
Concerning the fee waivers for businesses.
Pardon me?
In construction.
No, this is an economic stimulus that I'm being critical because you didn't include this part of taxes.
Okay,
Now I can go to the James Webb telescope and we'll go out of the universe and take a look at this, but hey, I'm going to stay focused. Don't add an extra minute. You distracted me. Aren't you glad I wrote up here? Just watch this. So I want you to amend this and hopefully look at where the forgiveness of the fees came and the amounts and who benefited, because I want it applied equally. And this does not do it. And I think you should take note of that Economics 101, what you're doing here doesn't make sense. It's kind of, I would say, voodoo economics and more targeted rather than being fair and equal and just to all taxpayers. Now, in the remote possibility, you have a question. Everyone there, my standard question, who believes that's the most beautifully and well-presented presentation, don't raise your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva. Actually, Mr. Constant is in the queue.
It's slightly off topic, Ron, but would you tell me about your shirt?
Pardon me?
Would you tell me about your shirt?
Oh, that comes later. This is a Ukrainian traditional shirt gifted to me by one of the 13 Ukrainians that worked in the slime line, and they got laid off early. If they postponed or canceled their ticket, they'd lose their summer wages. So I put them to work 13 for 7 weeks. Mr. Constant housed several of them. And when we get to public appearances, then I'll address the Ukrainian situation.
Sorry to distract everybody, but I have to make sure if you're not going to...
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Oliva.
Were there any other questions?
No other questions right now. Thanks. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Dustin Darden, running for United States Senate against Lisa Murkowski. The proposal here about, in regards to the funding of the people who were harmed by the words which I don't speak. There are certain words that we don't speak in a civilized society, and one of those words is one that you have put on the screen right now. And so I think it's important that we don't use such discriminatory speech when we're speaking. It's the word in which you're describing is the same word which was the only justification of the recalls from our corrupt legal system.
Mr. Darden, do you have comments on the proposed legislation? Please speak to those.
You started talking before you pressed pause on my 3 minutes.
Yes, please continue, but address the item before us, please. Go ahead.
Will you put 10 seconds back on the clock approximately?
Continue, please.
The word that you put on the screen is a word comparable to a genocide on God's chosen people in Nazi Germany. People were killed and people are being killed. There was a little girl who screamed, "No, no, I don't want to," being held down, kicking and screaming, so that...
Mr. Darden, please speak to the item before us.
You're interrupting the exposure of a global genocide?
I'm interrupting
because you're involved.
Please stop talking.
You're very
I will
clear.
Pause your time. Please address your comments to the item before us concerning the proposed permit fee waivers and reductions.
A telescope in outer space, a t-shirt. You have no sense of freedom of speech. Have you read the First Amendment to the United States Constitution and what it says in speaking and the freedom thereof and the assembling thereof? You need to stop interrupting people's already short time.
Mr. Darden, that is your first warning. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Yes, Niall Sherwood Williams. So on page 2, I'm reading some of the sections for this ordinance. And in section 2, we see there's affordable housing projects and that they're eligible for a 50% reduction. However, it doesn't say what number of units or what percent of units need to be affordable housing. So if you do one affordable housing unit in a 8-plex, does that qualify? We have a lot of multi-use developments occurring in the municipality, so I feel this is important. Also in section 4, I would like to see a definition of the term bed and breakfast. In section 5, there's a lot of new pop-up businesses that can occur, and we're talking about waiving fees. So one of the things about fees is that we want to regulate that there's not problem businesses. So I would like to say that there should be special oversight to protect children, elderly, and those with mental illness in these new cottage industries that might be popping up. I would say that's a point of concern. Also, nowhere within this document do I see a tax holiday for property tax. So I would like to see an amendment put forward that for 2022, not one homeowner in the municipality of Anchorage will pay property tax. Most people's homes went up somewhere between 11 and 13% year over year. So you all saw tax hikes this year. It's very important not to give special interest groups benefits, as we are all entitled to equal protection under the law. Amendment 14, Section 1 to the United States Constitution, the last part. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. Mr. Dunbar?
Move to postpone until April 26th.
Second.
Can I speak briefly to that, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar. The motion was seconded by Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration has reached out and indicated that there are some changes I think they would like to see to this, or has said that in the past. Unfortunately, I was in the National Guard on Friday, and a couple other members weren't present, so we weren't able to do the work session we were hoping to do. So postpone this to the 26th, and we hope to have a work session and work with the administration and create amendments as they need to get this moving forward. But we do want to do it as soon as possible because we want it to have at least some impact on this building season, although we've realized we've missed most of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy, on the motion to postpone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if that would also help give some information to how much this actually might be costing. Was that a consideration in this particular ordinance? Will there be any kind of reference to potential loss of revenue in terms of what waiving these fees would cost? I would just hope that that would be part of the conversation during the work session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Certainly. We hope to get as good estimates as we can on what portion of the ARPA funds would be used to waive these fees. Oh, and I think there's also an amendment to add some additional fees that people do want to see waived. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-42 to the meeting of April 26, 2022. The motion to postpone passes 10-0. Item 14A will be back before us at the meeting of April 26. We now have before us item 14B, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 166-2022, Employee Relations Board Appointments. Karen Norsworthy, James Stinson, Todd Peplow. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. And if you could turn on the microphone.
Jordan Adams, and I am District 6. Wanted to speak to you today about Mr. Todd Peplow. I'm testifying today with concern of working people regarding the possible appointment of a Mr. Todd Peplow to the MOA Employee Relations Board. I was alerted by many of the members represented by this union and the Assembly that we're considering this appointment. Specifically, these working people have expressed deep concerns in regarding the rational judgment specifically, and accuracy should be placed. Yes.
Could you speak right into that mic so we can hear you? Thanks.
You got it. And accuracy should be placed in the position of representing working people making decisions that affect their employment. For the record, Mr. Peplow was a previous union president who was removed unanimously by the vote of the membership. He currently serves as a foreman for the state of Alaska, DMVA. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Peplow's removal from his position representing his coworkers centered around being charged and then found guilty of abusing his authority to serve his own interests. This resulted in Mr. Peplow being removed as the union president by his own membership unanimously. The members I speak for and the members that work with and for the municipality hold no confidence in Mr. Peplow's ability to advise, argue, or comment fairly on the actions. Mr. Peplow not only acted outside his authority, but also against the direction of the board. Furthermore, when confronted with the decision that Mr. Peplow did in fact abuse his authority for personal interest, his response was, "I would do it again." He has expressed an understanding, he had expressed an understanding or apologized to the membership he would have been retained on the board, but he refused. It would be one thing to go against the direction of the membership he represented and to have it correct on his bad behavior, but to willingly disregard their interest confirms the membership made the correct decision. Mr. Peplow has demonstrated he relies more heavily on his own emotions than on fairly representing folks. Unfortunately, this position requires an unbiased, fair view on many topics, and Mr. Peplow has not demonstrated the ability to control his emotions or to refrain from allowing his personal opinions to drive decisions which are fact-based. It is for this reason I cannot recommend the support or his approval to this body. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a couple people in the queue for you. First is Ms. Allard.
Thank you. My question would be to you. What was it that Mr. Peplow did that you disagree so strongly about?
Sorry. It wasn't about what I disagreed with. It was about the direction that the membership gave to us as a board, and there was an opposition.
What was it?
What's that?
What was it?
It was support of a candidate.
Was it in support of the mayor?
Correct.
The sitting mayor?
Correct.
Can I ask a follow-up, please?
If it's relevant.
Of course. Do the unions typically support candidates in races?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson has a question.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the, Madam Chair, the opportunity to ask a question here. But you made comments, quite frankly, attacking the character of Mr. Peplow. You said he bases his decisions on emotion and not logic. I think it's appropriate, Madam Chair, that Mr. Peplow, since his character has been criticized publicly, that he has a right, and he's here to defend himself. And I don't know what his answers will be, but I think he deserves a right to defend himself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're in public testimony, so if that were to occur, it would not occur now. Thank you. He has the right to come up.
He has the right to testify.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Appreciate it.
Madam Chair, I just have one last question. I apologize if he's willing to answer it.
Would you like to answer one more question?
If you're comfortable.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, if you're comfortable. Did you sent a letter, excuse me, to the Assembly. Did the union president or leadership ask you to send that letter, or did you just send it on your own?
I sent it.
You did, and you were representing all of your, I support workers, but were you representing all workers? Did you receive emails or?
Just supporting those that commented to me.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which.
I'm Todd Peplow, and I live on the east side. Let me correct a few facts here. First off, I was not removed by the entire membership. It was a meeting of about 25 members out of 2,500 that are in Local 71. And what Mr. Jordan failed to state is that the candidate that he made donations to solely on his decision, at the very next meeting, the executive board removed his authority to make sole donations without approval of the executive board. So there's a lot going on here that he is not giving you the facts on. Nothing's ever been said that I've never supported the working men and women of my union. And I spent multiple years in multiple positions on the executive board, and I've always taken care of the working men and women. And I'll continue to do so.
Thank you for your testimony. Mayor Bronson has a question for you.
Yes, Mr. Peplow, it's quite clear character has been maligned by the gentleman that spoke before you. I want to speak to your character a little bit. You and I have known each other for about 20 years. We served in the military. In fact, it's about 25 years now.
Mayor Bronson, do you have a question?
Yeah, actually, I do. Speaking to the notion of character and service and self-sacrifice, which is a big part of character, how many combat tours in Afghanistan and Kuwait and Iraq have you had?
5, one in Kuwait, 4 in Afghanistan.
What were your jobs in those tours?
I was an aerial gunner with the 210th Rescue in Kuwait, and I did one tour flying on Mi-17s training Afghans. And then in Kuwait, I was there at the end of Desert Storm during as an electrician.
I understand. And as your CSAR, search and rescue, how many lives were you accredited with saving, you and your crew?
Over 100.
Mm-hmm. How many combat flying hours do you have?
A little over 500.
Do you have a Bronze Star?
Yes, sir, I do.
How many air medals do you have?
11.
So I'm not going to bring your opponent here up and ask where he served or how he served. That's not the point here. The point is the United States government sure seems to think you're pretty high character.
Mayor Bronson, we're not in debate, and so we only ask questions of members of the public at this time. So thank you for those questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I will move on to Ms. Allard.
Thank you. You had said that Mr. I hope I got that right? Mm-hmm. Or Jordan's your first name? Sorry. That you had commented that he had donated to another campaign?
Yes.
And when he did that donation, can you tell me who that donation was to?
It was to Mr. Dunbar.
And what happened with that donation that was originally donated?
Well, the discussion of the board was to be neutral.
Ms. Allard, this is not...
I have one final question, thank you.
No, excuse me, hold on, please. That line of questioning is not relevant to the question of whether or not...
Madam Chair, it's absolutely relevant to this conversation.
Okay, I'll keep
Mayor
it relevant.
Bronson, you are out of order.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Allard.
Okay. My other question would be when all that was, before any of this happened, were you in any way targeted to be removed as president of Local 71?
No, I was not.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just want to get at really some of the qualifications in that Mr. Peplow believes qualifies him for being part of this Employee Relations Board. And then if you could just comment, too, on, I guess, the dynamics in the group, in just terms of, I mean, this group here disagrees and agrees sometimes. And so I'm assuming that there's a lot of that internally that just happens in an organization where some people will agree and some don't. And I'm assuming that there's always at some point, a vote of the majority that ends up ruling the day. So if you could comment a little bit too on that process. So both your qualifications and then just kind of the process for conflict resolution within the group, if you will. Thank you.
Well, one thing I want to bring up is that as the president of the executive board is a non-vote, does not have a vote, only makes a decision. So at the time that Mr. Adams' authority to make donations was removed, that wasn't even with a vote of me. The board made that. As president, it's only a tiebreaker vote. So there was more people on the board that wanted to stay neutral in the mayor's race, is what it was. And he went out and at that time he did have the authority. The board had given him authority years before to make donations, and it was removed.
Thank you.
Yeah, so typically what you're saying is everything goes to a vote.
Yes.
And it's a majority rules, and then the president doesn't vote.
That's it.
Right, okay. And then could you kind of just speak to your qualifications for being on this board? Thanks.
Okay. Well, I've been an electrician for nearly 30 years. I'm currently a foreman, maintenance foreman, working with labor all the time. And I've been very instrumental in helping employees dealing with the government. I work for the government. I won't say where, but addressing situations of pay and just conflict. And we always try to do that at the lowest level. And I've been very successful in many cases.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And thank you for your testimony. I see Mr. Gates was in the queue, but I don't believe for a question on something else, Mr. Gates.
Yeah, thank you. I stepped back into the room just in time. I understand. I mean, I'm sorry if I've lost track, but we're still in the public hearing part of this item. And I know Mr. Tetlow is the subject matter for his appointment, but it seems more appropriate to see if anybody's left to speak for their 3 minutes of public testimony, and then call Mr. Tetlow up. And at that time, the members can ask him questions and so forth. I would also suggest that it would be appropriate, because reputation and character seems to be in question, perhaps, that Mr. Tetlow be offered to take that up to an executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. I appreciate that, counsel. And yes, the questioning has gotten in-depth and is more appropriate to debate and perhaps an executive session. So we'll move on with the public testimony. Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? And
Madam Chair, I was still in the queue.
yes, and Mayor Bronson, you already were in the queue for the prior speaker, and we are not going to, as
I'm in the queue for the previous speaker, Mr. Peplow, yes.
yes,
And I had a question for him.
Actually, I'm moving on to public testimony per the advice of counsel as we are getting into debate on this item. If there are further...
Madam Chair, just as a matter of point of order...
If there are further questions, we will bring him up later.
Yes,
What
Madam Chair...
rule do you believe has been broken, Mr. Mayor?
This isn't public testimony right now, and I have the right, just as any assembly member does, to question someone who is testifying.
We are in public testimony. You asked a question. As Assembly Council recommended, we are going to discontinue these questions, and we will bring back individuals when we get to debate. So
Madam
I'm
Chair,
asking
I'd
you to-
ask like a legal opinion from Mr. Burke if that's proper procedure.
I have ruled you are out of order, Mr. Mayor. We are moving on with public testimony. We will come back to questions when we get to debate. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? And please refrain from raising issues concerning character. I should have started with that before the public hearing to remind everybody, but as our Assembly Council has noted, it's very important that we stay based on qualifications, and if there are issues of character later during debate that are germane, we can offer the candidate an opportunity for an executive session. Before I go to you, sir, let me go back to Assembly Council. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. It's a little interesting, but with public testimony, it seems that they're free to say what they would like about Mr. Peplow. But it's when we are debating about his character and reputation that it would be appropriate to be an executive session. Simply unable to go into executive session with public testimony, as a matter of fact. I also would be fine if Mr. Burke wanted to offer an opinion on the process.
We'll come back to that. I would like to proceed with public testimony. Thank you, Mr. Gates, and I do ask that please refrain from personal attacks. I understand it's your right, but I still ask that we please be respectful. So welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
My name is Eric Hughes. I live in the same neighborhood as Mr. Peplow and under Dunbar now. Just for the record, character, I've known Todd for over 30 years, and he is a man of very good character. I worked for the same department for him for 10 years, and for a very short time under him. I know many, many people under him that have nothing but great things to say about him. He represented his team very well. That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak?
Madam Chair, I'm in queue to ask Mr. Hughes a question, please.
Sorry, Ms. Allard. Mr. Hughes, would you come back, please? Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Mr. Hughes, so you're part of a union, or you were a part of the union?
I left the state. I retired.
Okay. Is it common for individuals to be pushed to put letters forward that are in leadership roles in the union, even if they disagree?
I can't speak to that, really.
Okay. I only asked that question for clarification because I received a phone call. I made a phone call, and the individual supports Mr. Peplow, but under union pressure, he said he would have to come forward with the letter or he could lose his position.
I can't speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you,
not
Mr.
familiar.
Hughes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. So I was sitting down there, I was thinking of Eugene Carl Haberman today. I was thinking of the public process being done appropriately. And, you know, I was thinking back to Junior about a month ago and his confirmation hearing. And I'm wondering, why are we scrutinizing certain individuals and not others? So that's a matter of concern. And I would like to see this body put an equal grilling and equal lens on any member that's being confirmed by the executive branch. It's your duty as a legislator. So I looked over the other two. Miss Karen Norsworthy. Her background and record appears to be in human resources. She also managed a large employee housing unit up in Denali. Not sure, but it may be for someone like a Holland America Princess or something like that. So it seems very directly relevant to an employee relations board. Seems like she's been in these positions in human resources for 3 decades. I look over at the next person, James E. Stinson, and I see a large and long background dating back to 2013 with very special interest record. We see that this is a member of the bar, this individual. We see that they were involved in prosecution of federal narcotics and federal firearm offenses. They were an assistant to the U.S. attorney, so a bit of a mixing with the federal government there. Also involved in domestic violence and coordinating with victims thereof, Office of Children's Services. So we know that there was a large swath of newly approved money that was put into the municipal prosecutor's office to prosecute this exact thing. So I wonder, and I would like this body to seek out if this is a special interest appointment, and for what exact purpose. Is it to rubber stamp those new attorneys that are in the municipal prosecutor's office? Because there's a lot of trials awaiting, jury trials. We currently have like 20,000 statewide. A lot of criminal defendants awaiting justice. So I'm wondering if this is a special interest appointment and a mix of the judiciary and the executive branch. So I wonder if it's a problem with separation of powers.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Yeah, my name is Irene Queednow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I want to remind this body, your job is to approve based on qualifications, not on political issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to
bifurcate.
Second the motion to bifurcate.
A motion to bifurcate has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant.
Madam Chair, I move to bifurcate seat 2 from seats 1 and 3 to clarify my motion.
Do you wish to speak to the motion further, Ms. Zalatel?
I can't support one of the three nominations and would like the other two to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered if the motion would be more appropriate to name the individuals. I think the seats are not what we're voting on, the individual appointments are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I will clarify that the motion to bifurcate would remove seat 2 and the appointment of Todd Peplow in the labor seat. Or separate it, but remove it from the motion, but separate it. Is that correct, Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, did you have anything further? Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, yeah, just a couple, so this is on the motion
On
to
the motion to
bifurcate.
bifurcate?
I have some broader questions on the whole thing.
Is it related to the motion to
Let's
bifurcate?
bifurcate, then I'll ask him. So, yeah, move on. Thanks.
Okay. So seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to bifurcate seat 2, Todd Peplow, from seats 1 and 3.
Mr. Weddleton?
The motion to bifurcate passes 9-1. We
Move to approve seats 1 and 3.
Second.
So a motion to approve seats 1 and 3 has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Dunbar.
Yes, I can say seat 1, Karen Nornsworthy, management. Seat 3, James Stinson, at large.
Mr. Weddleton?
Another question, just for anyone up there in administration. So there's 3 people on this board, and all of them are appointed together. Was it empty for a while, or it seems like they would be staggered terms? Is that? It looks like here. I guess they are. So was it a problem that it was empty?
Yeah, through the chair, the board was empty, and it only acts when there is an actual labor dispute. So there's one upcoming, which is why the board needs to be filled.
Oh, there's a labor dispute, so you need to fill it. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to find on code what this does. So it has a statement in here. Confirmation hearings shall be preceded by at least 2 weeks' notice to representatives of each municipal bargaining unit of the proposed appointment. So what is a municipal bargaining unit of the proposed appointment? That's
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, we do have Blair Christensen on the bridge line, and since it's a...
Through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, the bargaining units are the 9 bargaining units that the municipality has collective bargaining agreements with for our represented employees.
okay, and that makes sense, but it says bargaining unit of the proposed appointment, kind of like...
I agree, it's bizarre language.
Okay, so I'm confused, and that's normal. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any further discussion on the motion to approve AM 166-2022 as bifurcated to take up seat 1 and seat 3? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 166-2022, Seat 1, Karen Norsworthy, Management, and Seat 3, James Simpson, at large. The motion as bifurcated, or the AM as bifurcated, passes 10-0.
Move to postpone Seat 2, Peplo Labor, indefinitely.
Second.
A motion to indefinitely postpone the approval of Seat 2 has been made by Ms. Zelatel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zelatel?
I already stated the reason for bifurcation. It's the same reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I'm just going to say it. That's a bold cop-out, because here's the bottom line. Not one person can say on this body, and I would challenge every single person to, why Mr. Peplo doesn't qualify. Why can't he sit on a board? This is absolutely a political hit from this body and union. Support the workers. I'm astonished and ashamed to say that anybody would come up against this man. He is absolutely a war hero, a combat veteran, a man of integrity, a man of character, completely qualified for this position. Anybody can see that in his resume. I'm going to look at you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to ask you, do not let this person of this caliber walk away from this administration not having something to do, because this body is making it all about politics. And let me say something else. Any other union worker that may have come up here to apply for that position, if you weren't mayor, would have been soundly approved. I would have even approved it. This is shameful, and it's sad that community members and family members of those community members are taken out politically. They're taken out by their character, assassination up here in front of the whole community, this going on YouTube and going on every news channel. You guys proud of yourselves?
Ms. Allard?
He didn't do anything wrong.
Ms. Allard,
Ma'am,
please.
I have my time to speak.
And
you don't like it?
I am the chair, and I must remind you to refrain from speaking to motive when you suggest that decisions are based
Madam Chair,
on
we had
politics.
people come up and
Ms.
assassinate this
Allard,
person's character, and now you're
Ms.
telling me
Allard,
I can't speak to
you
motive?
are out of order.
Your Assemblywoman Meg Zolatel can't even
Madam
give a
Clerk,
reason.
please note in the minutes that Ms. Allard is out of order.
In bold letters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, this is interesting. So, I mean, there was a, well, I'm reading the code here. I mean, it's not very clear if you guys have it in front of you, but, you know, it says, you know, impartial body. Okay, you'd expect that. And, but, you know, the fact that they would specifically call out that you would go to the bargaining units and let them know about these appointments says, we want to hear what they think. And I think a speaker said that. Why don't you evaluate all of these people? Well, we kind of did, but we respond to information we get. So we heard two people speak here. I got a couple of emails, I assume everyone else did, challenging this. So the bargaining units, my impression is, don't feel like this person is impartial. And it's really critical. And maybe he is. I don't know. I mean, obviously the resume is pretty spectacular. But if the bargaining units don't feel like he's impartial, I think we have a problem, because they're going to make big decisions based on, I guess, you know, you have a grievance or something, I guess, that they would deal with. So it does make me nervous. And so it's almost, so I'm going to support this motion to postpone indefinitely, but I not to really speak poorly, Mr. Peplo, who seems pretty impressive, but I think this impartiality is the issue, and we're hearing clearly that at least one of the bargaining units or more don't feel like he's impartial. Thanks.
Point of information.
What is your procedural question, Mr. Constant?
I'm hoping Mr. Weddleton will name the code site he's reading.
Yeah, I could, it is 3.70.050 Employee Relations Board.
Can you be more specific, though, about the bargaining unit language?
Oh, I can read it. It's 3.70.050A, and it says, what part?
There you go. That's just A. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the adjectives Mr. Weddleton gave was quite glowing of Mr. Peplow, so I guess we're falling now under the logic that a union leader, former union leader, is somehow unqualified to serve on that board. And let's just, for the record, I'm a 32-year card-carrying union member myself. So I think it comes back to what Irene said here just a few minutes ago. You vote on qualifications, and these qualifications, you can't somehow divine here, I don't think anyone can, whether in a future decision he's going to be biased or unbiased. You look at the record, you look at the character of the person, and here it's, in your words, Mr. Weldon, is quite high. And I can't remember the other adjective used, but it was glowing. So the thing of it is it seems to me is we have, I think we all know what this is. This is a political hit job. Ms. Allard called it that. And I have to...
Mayor Bronson, please refrain from speaking to motive.
He's not speaking to my motive.
Ms. Allard, you are out of order. I will remind members that when we speculate about the reasons for why someone supports or doesn't support someone, rather to the merits, it is speaking to motive. Go ahead, Mayor Bronson.
So am I speaking to Ms. Allard's motives or someone else's motives? I'm just trying to get the rules straight here. I understand what Ms. Allard's been, I've been privileged in meetings here. I see how you've treated Ms. Allard for the last 2 years in this dais and in other meetings, so I know I'm getting the same treatment. I just want to know what the rules are tonight so I can continue on with my questions and my statement. What are the, can I ask Todd back up here for more questions?
If your questions are relevant and pertain to qualifications, yes. I mean,
so qualifications matter. Okay. That's what I was trying to get to. And Irene testified quite eloquently to that. So we're not talking about whether he's a union guy or not. We're not talking about an internal squabble within a union, because we don't bring union squabbles into the public realm. That's very private. And so, but we just did tonight, and we besmirched a man's character because of an internal squabble within a union. So how did we get here? Because that's what stimulated, that's what started this whole conversation in the beginning, is someone came in and besmirched the character of another man. How did we get there? And that's not rhetorical. That's how did we get here? Yeah, you know, when I'm up here, I have that look on my face a lot, because when you guys are talking, I'm really confused too. So I just want to advocate for a very good man, a decent man, clearly a war hero, and he was attacked, and I think he should be on this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thanks.
That was not a look of confusion on my face. When we open the public testimony, many topics are raised, many issues are brought up. I will continue through the queue. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to stick to process on this, and one of the things, you know, I've heard a couple people say, well, I got this email or I got this phone call, and I've gotten one email from an individual asking us not to approve the appointment of Mr. Peplow. I haven't seen anything from the that's official from the union, Local 71, that he is apparently representing. And and I haven't seen any other emails. I haven't gotten any phone calls. And, you know, so I'm actually very concerned that we are making a judgment call based on the opinions of one or two people. I don't know. Maybe people are getting a lot more emails on this than I am, but they were not sent to the assembly. And like I said, I haven't seen anything specific coming from any of the unions. I'm really questioning then, why are we paying attention to what I think is probably some kind of an internal squabble? And, you know, and again, like I said, you're always going to have those kinds of things in whatever institution you're talking about. You're going to have people that support something and people who don't. And so why are we trying to put all of that responsibility of that internal conflict, if you will, on one person who in a lot of ways was not even part of some of that internal conflict? Again, I'd like to go back to process on this. If somebody has the documentation that basically comes from some of these unions, particularly Local 71, that says officially that they have voted to not support his appointment to this particular board, then I really would like to see that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
My question is for Ms. Christensen.
Yes, Assemblymember Constant.
Thanks. And hold on one sec, my app closed. I want to read the code section again. So the code section says, pretty straightforward sentence, I think. Confirmation hearings shall be preceded by at least 2 weeks' notice to representatives of each municipal bargaining unit of the proposed appointment. Did that happen?
Yes, I believe we sent it out to the unions. And just to backtrack on Mr. Weddleton's question, I believe that the clauses in that section are flipped. And to read properly, it should say, confirmation hearing shall be preceded by at least 2 weeks' notice of the proposed appointment to the representatives of each municipal bargaining unit. So I think that they've switched the clauses. And I think what it requires is that we give the unions notice of the potential appointments.
So when you relate to a union, do you relate to the entire union and assembled or to the leadership of the union?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, Mr. Wilbanks might be able to speak better as to exactly what happens, but traditionally I will tell you it is to the leadership of each union.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I voted to bifurcate this item a few minutes ago because I was thinking that we were going to go into executive session to, you know, talk additionally about Mr. Peplow. But I actually, when I read his resume earlier this morning, I came here tonight to vote in favor of his appointment to this board and commission because of his labor experience. And looking at his resume, I don't see how someone could vote against him. This is supposed to be a nonpartisan, non-political body. And we need people to fill positions on boards and commissions. And if we take every one of them and run them through the mill like we're doing to Mr. Pedlo, we're going to have a really hard time getting people to volunteer to be appointed for these positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. So I will continue through the queue, and I'm going to go next to individuals who haven't spoken yet. So, Mr. Dunbar, have you spoken on this motion? I don't believe
I have not,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I just, because Ms. Kennedy raised it, and because it came in a little bit late, I just wanted to read another letter that we had received, and I won't read the whole thing, but it's from the Alaska AFL-CIO from, I believe, the Deputy Director, Ms. Kim Hayes. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry, it's from Ms. Hall. That's right, it's from the President of the AFL-CIO, Ms. Joelle Hall, and she wrote, Dear members of the Anchorage Assembly, the Alaska AFL-CIO would like to put into the record our opposition to Todd Peplow's appointment to the Employee Relation Board. Our concern lies with the past actions taken by Mr. Peplow related to his ability to adhere to policies and procedures. Mr. Peplow chose to ignore the Constitution and bylaws of the union he was elected to represent. This blatant violation unfortunately played out in the media due to poor judgment on Mr. Peplow's part. His violations were so egregious that his own membership chose to remove him from office. We don't take that lightly, and neither should you in the decision-making process for the appointment. I'll skip the next paragraph because I do think it might raise some of the concerns about character that my colleagues have expressed. The final statement from the president of the AFL-CIO, which I believe the laborers are a part of, the AFL-CIO writes, the president writes, we respectfully request that the Assembly reject this appointment and request that the administration find an individual who can better represent working people on the Employee Relations Board. We are ready and willing to assist in this work if needed. And I'll say, I agree with Mr. Peterson that in general, we do confirm people to boards and commissions. We've confirmed several tonight, but this is a pretty remarkable letter. And we've had some other testimony tonight as well, and I think we should weigh that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I will go back through the queue to folks who have already spoken, starting with Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The letter that Mr. Dunbar just read proves the point that this is an internal union squabble, and certainly I've been at the table with the unions internally. You think this politics is tough, you should try union politics. I struggle to understand why we're going to go down a path where someone who is a long-term union leader cannot serve on a labor relations board. I think Mr. Peterson kind of called it right. This isn't a place that we want to be. And we are struggling. There's a good reason we didn't have 3 people on this board before. We are struggling. We're begging people of all political stripes to be on boards and commissions. And then they see what happened to Joe Gerace. And then they see what happened to Sammy Graham. Then they see what happened to Todd. And I'm telling you, the pool keeps getting smaller every month. Todd's a good guy. I don't see how he is not qualified. John, you spoke to it. He's highly qualified, but then you say he's biased because he's a labor guy. That was the very clear implication I got, and I asked that you would speak to that. But the notion that a union guy can't be on a labor relations committee because he's a union guy, because we're having a union fight, trust me, I've been in some pretty good union fights. Some of them physical, not me. But I'm telling you, let the union fight their battles. Let us do our business. I appoint, you approve. He's qualified. If he's not qualified, give me the list on where he's not qualified. And that's all I got to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did you ask a question? We'll continue through the queue. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not everybody can read your resume. We don't have it posted up there. Could you step up to the mic and tell us some of your qualifications, please, so the public can also hear?
Would you turn on the microphone, please?
Yes, thank you. Like I said, I've been sat on the executive board, multiple positions, represented employees for the last 20 plus years. And up until just before Mayor Bronson was elected, every one of those letters you got would have been in support of me. This is 100% politics. This has nothing to do with labor. Nobody out here will say that I have not always supported labor. And I've supported labor in Juneau, discussing it with legislators and, trying to get things that represent and help union members. I'm not always going to say, yes, they're right. I'm going to make an informed decision on what's right, because sometimes the union isn't right. Sometimes the union members are wrong. And at that time, they need to be called out on it. But this is 100% politics.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to amend the postponement indefinitely to actually say to postpone pending an opportunity for a confirmation hearing.
Second. You're going to do it before you retire?
I didn't think about that.
Point of information, I'm pretty sure we need a date certain, not an event certain. Or, yeah, whichever point.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. We were just discussing that issue. Do you have a date certain?
Well, I would need some help in terms of looking at the calendar, and yes, for me, I don't really have a preference, so there might be others that want to chime in on that.
May 10, maybe?
Do you have other work sessions scheduled that day? I'm looking for
We're pretty full. How about May 10?
May 10th, which is a Tuesday. So.
Yep, that's our meeting in May, the first one.
Well, a confirmation hearing, I'm assuming, is going to be more like a work session. It's not going to be something at another assembly meeting. That's what I was getting at.
Right, but we need the date to which this would be postponed to. And I am suggesting the meeting of May 10, which would give time to have that work session, given that the next
I see what you're saying. So any time before that could be the actual confirmation hearing. Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
I guess you're right. Madam Chair?
One moment.
To amend postponement to May 10th pending a confirmation hearing. That will work. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is up to amend postponement of AM 166-2022 to May 10 pending a confirmation hearing. And Ms. Allard, you seconded that?
Yes, but I did have a question in regards to the postponement until May 10th to the administration.
Okay, the motion has been made and it has been seconded, and I'm assuming that the individuals I see in the queue were already in there and not
it's in
on there
regards
for
to the date.
For the amendment. Yes, I understand. So we'll go then to the amendment, and we'll start with you, Ms. Allard, because again, I don't think, Mr. Weddleton, you were in there before, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I heard that there was a sense of urgency due to there some discussions with contracts, but I'm not really sure, and I just wanted to know if the administration can clarify.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, Assemblymember Allard, I'm going to cue this one up for Blair Christensen, but what I will say is the board currently, there's 3 members on this board. 2 have been confirmed. I think you voted for the other 2 tonight, didn't you? So 2 have been confirmed. So I do believe the board can meet a quorum. That was the urgency, because they do have an employee relations issue that the board has to hear. With respect to, what was the other part of your question? I've already tuned you out. What was it?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was wondering if it was an issue whether we postponed it to that date, but I think you just said, no, there's not an issue.
Yeah, I don't think so. Blair, do you want to weigh in on this? As long as we have 2 members confirmed, is that sufficient?
Yes, I believe that is a quorum. Obviously, the member of the board that would represent the union, or that has the union background, would not be a member, but as long as both other members were available, then the current matter we have would be able to be heard. And there is, under the code, there is a somewhat sense of urgency in that it's anticipated that these matters are heard in a fairly quick manner.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll go through the queue on the amendment. I want to call attention to the fact that we are almost out of our hour for debate per the code. I believe we started at 8:15. So I'll go through the queue on the amendment. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
On the amendment, I actually just wanted to clear up a comment that Mayor has pointed out, my ability to garble a simple message. The fact that he's a union guy seems natural because he represents labor. So if I came across as saying that, that's all my bad. I didn't mean that. My key point was that this part of code focuses on impartiality. And when we're impartial, we need to be impartial, but also be perceived as impartial. And that's what I'm concerned with here, is that it's clearly some bargaining units don't seem to feel like he's impartial, and that's my concern. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Quinn-Davidson on the amendment. You want to stay in the queue? Ms. Zalatel on the amendment. And then I see Ms. Johnson on behalf of the mayor. Go ahead.
Hi, Alexis Johnson, Chief of Staff. Are we allowed to request to ask Mr. Peplow if he would be impartial representing on this board?
Right now, the discussion is regarding the motion to postpone to May 10. So we're confining the discussion to that issue.
Mr. Weddleton had said, we assume that he's impartial. I would just like Mr. Peplow to, for the record, address that he would not be impartial, just to, not speak to motive. But he's assuming that Todd Peplow would not be.
So this may be an issue we come back to after we address this amendment or this motion to postpone. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue on the amendment to postpone AM 166-2022 to the meeting of May 10, pending a confirmation hearing, members may proceed to vote. The motion fails 5-5. The main motion is now before us to postpone indefinitely. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I'd like to call the question.
Second.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson has called the question, and it has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Members may proceed to vote. The motion to call the question passes 9-1. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. AM 166-2022 as bifurcated with seat 2, Todd Peplow. The motion to postpone indefinitely passes 8-2. We now have before us item 14C, resolution
Madam
number
Chair,
AR.
quick point of order. I don't know exactly what it is, but a request to council on the 7th floor that they do, for future appointment, reach out and get confirmation that we've heard from all 9 bargaining units.
I'm not sure if where that fits in a point of order or point of information. Thank you, Mr. Constant. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2022-93, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting the Anchorage All Hazards Mitigation Plan Update, Office of Emergency Management. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the
Niall Sherwood-Williams. We have before us, I know most members of the public are just seeing a simple two-page document. This is actually 368 pages, as is listed online. So here we're giving up authority over our city to the Federal Emergency Management Agency. So what happens is when you give authority to the federal government, then they can come in and take control of our land. They can tell us what to do with it. It's a major concern. We're giving a lot of unilateral power to Chief of Police, Chief of Fire, Anchorage Health Department Director, Joe Gerace. This is very concerning. What would be more important here would be to put forward some information to the people of Anchorage as to what specifically they can do in their individual community. What can they do in their neighborhood? Where's the elderly residents, the children in your neighborhood that need help and protection in the event of a disaster? Do y'all know that? Do y'all even have the courtesy to go up and shake your neighbor's hand or look them in the eye? Knock on their door to help them maybe? I mean, I see an awful lot of people driving by homeless people every day, looking the other way. But we continue to wait on the federal government for these infrastructure funds, $52 million in one of the previous bills. And here we are giving up more authority to the federal government. Give the people a survival knife, a compass, okay? Maybe get some satellite phones here. Teach them how to make a fire with flint and steel. Teach them how to survive outside, how to create potable water, how to learn how to garden.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, this is a really solid plan. Credit to everybody who developed it, and I would like a bound copy. I'm not sure how to access one. This is something that should be on a shelf just in case.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-93. Item 14C passes 10-0. Next, we have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2022-39, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 66 acres from R-1A Single Family Residential Large Lot District to PLI, Public Lands and Institutions District for Pollen Park Subdivision, Tract 1, and Lancaster Subdivision, Tract A. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Craig Bennett with S4 Group, and I represent the petitioners tonight. And this is a request to rezone about 66 acres from residential R1A to PLI. The existing clean fill operation is approaching its end use phase, and we are seeking to implement the comprehensive plan designation for the site. The 2020 plan supports this rezone with policies 4, 5, 7, and 14. Both the 2040 land use plan and the West Anchorage District Plan designates this site as PLI. Looking at the 2040 plan first, as shown on page 41 in the staff analysis, you can see the area is designated as other open space. Turning to the next page shows what other open space is. It lists park, open spaces, outdoor recreation facilities, and natural preservation areas. The implementing zoning district for this is PLI. And page 43 confirms that PLI is the zoning designation for the site. I want to highlight that this rezone will bring the property in line with the 2040 plan, and any zoning other than PLI would require a comp plan amendment. The final plan that is applicable is the West Anchorage District Plan. Page 44 in the staff analysis shows the classification for the area as other areas that function as park or natural resource. This has the same meaning as the 2040 classification, and again is implemented as PLI. The clean fill site is nearing completion, and this rezone is preparing for the final use. Some future uses that the community has mentioned are sports fields, farmers markets, sledding hills, dog walking park, outdoor amphitheater, and more. Many of the proposed uses are not allowed in the current residential zoning. Most will require a conditional use public hearing process in the proposed PLI zoning, and any future use will have to conform to the comprehensive plan designation of other open space. This site is adjacent to Jade Street Park, which is zoned PLI, as are both Jewel Lake and Kincaid Parks. This use will fit well into the existing neighborhood and park system. And in conclusion, as the staff analysis shows, the comprehensive plan designates this area as PLI. The planning department and all municipal reviewing agencies recommend approval. The Planning and Zoning Commission found that this meets all 9 approval criteria and is consistent with the 2040 plan, the West Anchorage District Plan. They also stated that this rezone is a win for Anchorage. And with that, I ask the board to please approve this rezone, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We do have a question for you, Ms. Zalatel.
Hi, thanks for your testimony. I have a couple of questions. So first, I see here it suggests that it's 66 acres from R1A and that it is impossible to bring it into residential. What would it take? Is there any possibility this could actually be residential zoning? That the houses could be built? Because it's a lot of acreage.
It is. Through the chair, I guess with enough money, anything is possible, but realistically, no. It is a clean fill site, non-compacted, and getting anything approved, even if you could get a building foundation approved, the utilities would pretty much be impossible. AWWU would not approve utilities to a house.
Can I ask a follow-up? Thank you. I appreciate that this is a part of the comprehensive plan. Were other uses other than rezoning this to PLI considered?
Other zonings?
Other zonings, other potential use? Because obviously PLI has very restricted use.
So we did look at PR parks. PR is only for municipal-owned land, and PLI is designated by the comp plans, and any other use would have to come back and change the comp plans, and that would be very difficult because the comp plans say this area has to be open space PLI.
Are you familiar with us changing the comp plan kind of routinely in concurrence with a rezone request?
It is very difficult. It doesn't happen easily. And we try not to ask to change the comp plan unless necessary. And the other issue is, without any structures being able to be built on this parcel, it really limits us to outdoor recreational type uses. So the PLI really does fit.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you'll stick around for debate. I have a lot more questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. We've got a couple more members in the queue. First, Mr. Peterson.
I'm on for the final debate.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. I just took you out, so you'll have to put yourself back in. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So Chris is proposing to rezone this to PLI. The plan has a park there, but this is private ownership. We've heard you say that it could only be parks if it was government ownership. So it doesn't sound like there's a plan to move it towards public ownership, which would be a park. So is there a vision that the owner is attempting to achieve with this rezone?
Yes, through the chair. So some of the ideas the community has put forward are the ideas that the owner would like to move forward with, like the sports fields are probably one of the, I guess, majority ideas. But any of those will have to go through a comprehensive plan process. So the first process is matching the comp plans, and then we'll be coming back with a plan. And a lot of these, it takes a few years to finally get through the rezone, through the comp plan, and the site is ending its end use, so we're kind of starting now, just so we'll be ready once the site's complete.
Thanks. So I kind of think I got a visual for what you're thinking, and that's good. That he has an idea that he can use to put this into some positive use,
Yep.
not just more sitting there for the next 30 years, like, you know. But how then, if this land it's substantially similar to the land that was down in the pit, that was filled and an entirely new neighborhood was built on, over much concern for land and water and other principles, which are worthy concerns. But it was done down there. What's the difference between this land and its potential for housing and the land just slightly to the west, which is now an entirely new, beautiful, amazing suburban neighborhood?
Yeah, so both sites started as natural resource extractions, taking gravel out. The difference is this site, they started filling it with unclassified clean fill, and on the other side, there was some fill brought in, but they moved it just down to the gravel, so that's the difference.
So from an engineering perspective, you'd have to actually remove it all
Yeah.
and then start over again.
Yeah.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve has been made by Ms. Quinn Davidson and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this area sort of reminds me a little bit of the old Alaska greenhouse property in East Anchorage. And that was 27 or 28 acres, and the real estate community was hoping to build housing on that, but they did a soil study, and it was filled with the same type of material as this area has been, and so they passed on building on that area because they would have had to build with piles, and that makes it expensive to build anything if you have to do piles first. And plus, the soccer community is hoping to get a couple of additional soccer fields built here. They would like to be able to host the state championship soccer tournament at some point in the future. And I'm a baseball guy, I'm not a soccer guy, but you know, anything we can do to get youth involved in sports and activity is good for them and for the future health of this community. And so I think if they can turn this into a park, it'll be positive for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Man, I think this one's a bit of a pickle personally, because 66 acres of single-family residential, it is really hard to approve a rezone when Anchorage is facing an acute housing crisis. I understand the logistical concerns with building there, but I'm going to have to stand by my principles that housing is first and foremost, realizing this is likely to pass, and I hope it's something amazing for the community. I just can't agree to change 66 acres away from single-family residential, knowing that we have an acute housing crisis and that housing solutions continue to evolve, technology continues to evolve. I can't give up the opportunity with this particular rezone, but I look forward to what it might be in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I think a fabulous use for that land would be some kind of a farm, some kind of a land use that helps Anchorage and Alaska move towards food security, and it's in a place that could be very well suited for it. The soil amendment process could be quite an experiment, and it could in fact be a supported employment program, could create a lot of opportunities. So sports and food, I think, are two critical elements that the community could benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-39. Item 14D passes 9-1. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2022-38, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 21.02, Boards, Commissions, and Municipal Administration, Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 21.03.160, rezonings, zoning map amendments, and Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 21.03.240, variances to expand concurrent processing of land use entitlements and to have more efficient public participation in development projects. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward and state your name for the record. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. In response to 2022-38, I ask that the assembly body guard itself against removing parts of the public process that protect the community. Some of these regulatory processes are important, but we don't want to just green light a bunch of projects and ram it down the throats of Anchorage citizens. So I ask that the public process is followed and that we don't eliminate checks and balances throughout the process and the public being able to have input. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. And would you turn on the microphone, please?
Russ Reno, I am a business owner and I live downtown Anchorage, District 2. And anything that can give more to the public process of being notified would be more than welcome as far as I'm concerned. I find that things get put through and then they get changed like a month later. And wait, how'd that get changed? Title 21 was a big one when everything just wiped out overnight and it was just gone, and then they started restructuring how cars went flying down 3rd Avenue. We had so much trouble with that, and people actually getting struck by vehicles and everything else because all of our sidewalks got removed. And I think that the things just come at this as a whim, and there's so much for us to absorb that we can't really stay on top of it. We have full-time jobs, we have things that we're doing that are, and we don't know the lingo, a lot of cases, of what it's going to mean to make to the process. So any extra public involvement is more than welcome in my book, because I really feel we're going through some zoning issues ourselves right now, being brought up before this council a bit later on, and things just simply get changed, and there's things that we'd like to be a part of, but we can't to surf between which one actually pertains to one. It says all community councils. This means that we're going to get more of time. It's the way I see it. At least that's the way I'm perceiving here. You're going to give more to the process, and I say go for it. I say anything you can do to give more public involvement, the better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I really like this, and you should too. As someone who's been on the other side many times with rezone and replats and things like that, you've got twice as many, two boards and commissions to go to. You go to the rezone, then you go to the plat, and it's hard to keep track of those things. And as we've seen so many times, my famous saying, a rezone is just a rezone. And people, when they come talk to us, they want to talk about what's it going to look like? What is the plat, essentially, when we talk about rezones. Dealing with them concurrently, I think, helps the public, because they will see this is a rezone, and here I see the plat, which is really what they want to see. So doing it together, I think, is a time saver, makes it simpler for the public and the boards, and also gives people what they want when they go talk, because so much of it is not the rezone, it's really the plat. So, that aspect, I think, is really tremendous on this, and I won't be able to say a rezone is just a rezone so often. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-38. Item 14E passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14F, ordinance number AO 2022-41, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending the membership requirements of one seat on the Municipal Airports Aviation Advisory Commission in Anchorage Municipal Code Section 4.60.160. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I would like the administration to directly state who they want to hire for this position. Clearly, we're modifying for a new stakeholder to be involved, someone that has tie down or hangar space on municipal airport property. It doesn't actually say that they have to own the plane, though, interestingly enough. I would like to have an 8th member added that would be a drone operator within the municipality of Anchorage. So we all have the right to have equal equipment as the government does. So in the current state of mass surveillance, we will see more drones being launched to surveil the people. So I ask that a civilian member and a drone owner be allowed to be on this advisory board. Further, I would like to say that no member of the administration should be involved in this. And through the chair, we have a current member, Craig Campbell, who was flushed out of the administration. And now he's kind of reappearing in the airport realm. And I'm concerned about that. Because whenever we whack-a-mole and they come back up, it's very concerning to me. So yes, very important that we have a drone operator that's able to be represented, because civilians are important too.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. This is a common sense amendment that addresses a problem that was in the code before that identified a seat to a specific organization, but the organization doesn't have any authority to make appointments, and it just created a conflict in the process of establishing who was rightfully in that seat in the process to get them there. And so and this takes it away from an organization and puts it onto a qualification based on user of a municipal airport. And I think it is, again, as I started, very common sense, and I would thank Mr. Wilbanks for his work on this.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-41. Item 14F passes 10-0. Next, we have before us item 14G, ordinance number AO 2022-43, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections related to the Chugiak Eagle River Advisory Board. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? And I want to note, too, that there is an S version laid on the table. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live. And would you turn the microphone on and pull it down? Thank you.
My name is Debbie Osiander. I am a longtime resident of the Chugiak area. I live off of North Birchwood Loop. I have been for, maybe 40 years now, both an advocate and activist for my community. One of the reasons I really love this place is the diversity in neighborhoods and the differences. There's Government Hill that's really different from Abbott Loop. And a lot of that is through the active engagement of the people who live in those neighborhoods. But that engagement is buttressed by the language in our comprehensive plans and the language in Title 21. One of my big concerns for the last 20 years has been something that actually just occurred a few minutes ago. You talked about that rezone, and absolutely everybody here, I think, was saying, the comprehensive plan. I sure hope you know that the comprehensive plan is actually multiple comprehensive plans. Anchorage Comprehensive Plan is not the same as the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan or the Chugiak Eagle River Comprehensive Plan. And I can't tell you how many people don't know that. I sure hope you guys all do. I tell you, there are municipal employees who don't. There are members of the Planning and Zoning Commission that don't or seem to ignore it when I attended their meetings. I wanted to let you know real briefly about some of the active engaged citizens in the Chugiak Eagle River area. When the municipality first started talking about rewriting Title 21, they hired Clarion Associates, and it caused some real anxiety from some citizens in my neck of the woods. So they went directly to the legislator to get some money so that they could hire their own consultant to draw up their own version of Title 21. The consortium worked hard through a lot of meetings for a long time and then presented us basically a separate chapter to the Assembly Title 21 Committee, which I was a member for a long time, because they wanted those differences to be recognized and codified in language that was important and needs to be recognized. So one of the things that chapter did was to create this board. I think it's an important board, primarily because of the importance of recognizing the difference in our communities and the fact that the Eagle River Comprehensive Plan differs from the Anchorage Comprehensive Plan. This main thing I'm hoping out of this S version. Madam Chair, I apologize. I got a little carried away, and I would like, if I could, to make just a brief point in addition.
And actually, you are a community council president, correct?
Actually, I am,
So
yes.
let's add 2 more minutes, which should have been on your, oops, I put you up to 5.
Thank you. I want to hope, S version or the other version, the main thing I want out of this is municipal support for this commission. It has been basically citizen-led and community-led and community-worked for ever since it was created in 2014. We have passed a number of resolutions, but they've been done because of citizen involvement, not through any help from the municipality. If you looked at the webpage, you wouldn't have even known for a while there was an advisory board. Then, when it appears, but there's no members. I personally hit every community council, submit names. Not just this mayor, but every single mayor back has screwed up that process royally, where community councils would put names in and then they'd vanish, and people would think, I'm appointed, I put my name, but they never appeared. So that's number one. The way this board works, it also includes the village of Eklutna, and that takes some specific outreach from somebody in administration. I personally did that, and I think that's a bit much from a citizen, and it should come from somebody who's actively involved. The other difficulty, besides not knowing who's the member, is we don't have a regular meeting place. I petitioned, and we've been meeting in the park with the park department. The call and the criticism was we didn't create minutes. We didn't have a secretary. So I asked the clerk's office, they sent us a recording machine through the parks that I had to pick up the day before and record. Frequently the recorder didn't work, or the Parks Department lost the tapes, and so we didn't even have minutes of the meeting. We make on our own initiative a point to publicly notice this thing. Anyway, I'll tell you, we need help. We need recognition, and I really thank our two Assembly members, Allard and Kennedy, for working on this. I'm happy. I have a lot of background in this, so I'm hoping you have some questions.
So right now we have 3 members in the queue.
All right.
And, we might want to consider, will you be around for a while this evening, or for this item?
For this item only, ma'am.
Okay. So if members have extensive questions, we might want to finish the public hearing and come back, but we'll go ahead and go through the queue. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, excuse me. Oh, man. I think my question is more germane for after the public hearing, so if you stick around, I'll ask you more in a bit.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Osiander, for being here. And I was actually just going to request that we let you keep going because you were on a roll, and the more they hear from you, the less they'll have to hear from me. And so I don't know if you had a couple more points to hit that you might want to go ahead and do so, if the chair will allow that, because again, like I said, you're making the argument. We've had so much discussion about this, and you're making all the arguments that I would end up making anyway, so I might as well let you do it if you don't mind.
Can I very quickly just give 2 or 3 more examples? The only real involvement we had from the municipal administration was through an audit where they dinged us for not keeping good enough minutes, for not having bylaws, for not having a consistent report of our membership. But it's been a situation where each community council has to bring up somebody to do those things. It's not adequate. And it's so important as we continue to grow that you hear from the Chugach Eagle River people who created the language in that chapter of Title 21, who supported and worked really hard on our comp plan, and don't ignore it. Don't ignore it. I don't know. Thanks, Crystal.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Was I in the queue? I don't think so.
Yes. You were in the queue?
No.
Oh, I just took you out, but okay. Well, if you don't mind, Ms. Osiander, sticking around, maybe grabbing a seat near the front.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. A couple of testimony items from the previous testifier. They brought some issues to light. Number one, a lack of support and volunteerism to these organizations. I mean, these people, they're spending their time, and they do so out of goodwill to serve their community. But really what we do when we have these duplicative services is we dilute the actual citizens' interests in their government. Direct action, direct petition of your redress to your government officials. You have all these boards and organizations. Another thing, I'd like for on the municipal website for all these expenses to be put forward. What resources do these organizations need? Right, she mentioned she didn't even have any equipment to record. She had to borrow it from Parks and Recreation. A $500 million municipal budget, and she doesn't have a camera, Mr. Mayor? Come on. I mean, we have to provide some resources so that actually members of the public can go back later to an archived meeting and be able to see it. There's so many meetings, these Zoom meetings and these team meetings that y'all have, that really the public can't be engaged in. It's not a healthy form of a local government. Every one of these boards and commissions should be put before a hearing, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to the mayor. Immediately, we should have a public hearing on every board and commission and understand exactly which ones are unstaffed and exactly what resources they need to be able to do their jobs. These members, they're going out good faith, goodwill to the community to serve. Give them the resources they need. Give up your computers and your microphone. Give up the Wilda Marston Theater. There's plenty of public buildings that can be used for this. And another thing, every meeting must also be physically open to the public. It's our right to be able to publicly redress in a public building. Everything should be archived digitally, accessible to the public at all times. So provide for the young lady exactly what she needs, please. It's about time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, move to approve the main version. And Ms. Osiander, please.
Second. So Mr. Constant has moved the original version, and it has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't want that one.
So can you turn that mic back on? So here's a question I've been chewing on quite a bit, and this is directly related to this, maybe a little to the side. I strongly support the Chugiak Eagle River Advisory Board being strong, and so I want to make sure that you get what you need to do that. Conversation I had with Mr. Starr, and one that I've been thinking about a lot. We hear these conversations about Eagle River and self-determination a lot, and I don't know if there is a structure in the municipality at this time, you'd probably know as well as I would or anyone, that allows for a heightened level of self-government beyond what this board or Parks and Rec board or Road Service board might grant. And so I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about that as relates to this, because this might be a preliminary step towards something even better.
I agree. Actually, it has been frustrating at times to see the ability that the Girdwood Board of Soups has, for instance, to take a position and take action. What we have in my part of town is basically pretty active community councils. And so you have to take the initiative on your own to go talk to those community councils and see if they want to go on board with it. Basically, what we've done on this with this advisory board is every community council that's aware of an issue sends emails back and forth. And if two community councils want to talk about it, then we have a meeting. Or if an assembly member or a member of the administration asks us, that's the criteria. my thinking is that's one of the reasons this board is so necessary. So thank you for saying that, Mr. Constant.
And so I would ask maybe for some future work for your board, not that you're asking for more work, you're asking for help for the work you have, is to put forward a framework around which we might enhance the future self-determination of the community, make it more parallel to the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, or maybe make both of them even more. There's a risk, of course, we're a unified municipality. We went away from city governments, but somewhere between the two extremes, there might be a better place for especially a large community with so many different interests and needs that it could have a better level of self-determination. So come back with some kind of a thought for us.
You're giving me quite a large charge there, Mr. Constant. But basically, I don't think that I have the capability to respond the way you're asking.
I don't mean tonight. I mean, go back to your board and have a conversation with them and put it in a resolution. Start thinking kind of creatively is my hope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know that I have a specific question for Ms. Osiander at this point, but I'm so glad she's here, and I just think that there's such a value to her wealth of information in regard to this particular advisory board, and really just the fact that she was probably one of the major crafters of the Title 21 revisions to begin with, and she really took charge with leading that committee that handled all of that work, so she's very well versed in that. And then in kind of what I want to say in that vein is the fact that this advisory board has existed now for many years, and this isn't really a new idea. This is just the way of trying to make this advisory board function the way it was actually originally intended to function. So my question is, I know Mr. Constant moved what I believe he said was the original version, but the S version really has a lot more of the things that need to be changed in the code included in it. So if that's appropriate, I'd like to move the S version.
Second.
Can we do that in yeah, it's a process question, I get that. So. Or move to substitute the S version?
Let's go ahead and ask Assembly Counsel. Mr. Gates, would you advise, please?
Thank you. If I understand correctly, we first have a motion for the original version, and that's been under debate, and then a motion to move the S version. And I don't really have clear guidance on exactly how to handle it, but it seems to me that those are two main motions, and we need to dispose of the first main motion first, either by voting it down or so forth. If it passes, the S version becomes moot, but if it's voted down, the S version can be moved. And I guess you would debate on which way members prefer to go.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. So Ms. Kennedy?
Well, I guess I have another question in that then, and that is, with the original version, we would have a lot of amendments to make it actually right and say what it's supposed to say, and to do the things that need to be done. But the S version, if we were to vote down the original version, then that doesn't mean that the entire item 14G would actually be voted down, and then it would be done, would it? And we could still bring up the S version? So that's really my question is, if we vote down the original version, then are we not just basically voting down the entire thing?
Yes, I believe that's correct. The S doesn't die necessarily. I would like to add one other comment. Like Ms. Kennedy said, there's many changes in the S version. And while the original has been moved, it is possible to offer amendments to this original that are in the S version and then vote on them piecemeal. that's, I guess, another way to address it.
Okay, then we do want clarification, Mr. Gates, on your response, and that is, again, if the original version is voted down, does the potential for the S version get voted down in that process, or is the S version still a available mechanism to continue the conversation?
I believe that S version would still be available. The chair could ask for a motion, or, if the body moves on to another agenda item, it might sort of be too late then, but the S version is still viable to be moved after the original is voted down.
Thank you, Mr. Yates.
Thank you.
Ms.
Yeah,
Kennedy.
good clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I have an amendment, but we need to sort this out first, so I'll wait.
Ms. Allard? Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So the reason I moved the A version and not the S version was because the S version seems to shift back what was attempted to be corrected in the main version, which was removing the clerk's role in the process of this board and commission. We've had extensive conversation over the last 7 months, 8 months about separation of powers, and I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of expanding the requirements of the assembly branch of the government to be in a management position over a board or a commission, that I just can't be confident that that's the right way to do it. And separately, the appropriation of funds out of the assembly budget to make it work, it doesn't seem fair. We have a pretty slim and minimal staff and budget, and we need the resources available to manage the city. And so the administration has 3,000 employees. And so my thought is perhaps then we postpone this item, we figure out what are the best parts of each to move forward with and come up with an S1 version, because I broadly support the concept. I just don't want to muddy the water further on the question of who's the boss.
You're next. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, Mr. Constant, I'm so glad you brought that up, because that is probably the one thing in the S version that we are willing to amend and have had some good conversations about, because again, all of this entire ordinance is an effort to allow this board to function properly in the way it was intended to, and will stop the frustration level of very willing volunteers in the community like Ms. Osiander. So that particular portion of the ordinance, or the S version, is up for negotiation, if you will. And I believe the administration has some potential answers to that, and it would be something that would be very simple to amend. So if we can move forward with the S version, I think we can get at that particular part that seems to be a bit of a tripping part, and we can move on.
So
Thank
just
you, Ms. Kennedy.
a final note, that may or may not be possible on the floor, just because it's getting late and we have multiple versions and people are asking, I'm getting emails, where is this substitute version? People can't find it online. And so, again, I'll just say and let other people speak that I'm broadly supportive of this, and there's just some fine details that need to be ironed out.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm broadly supportive of this too. There's no other motion on the floor, so we'd be voting on the original version right now if we were to stop debate. I sense that that is not what people want to do, that there is an amendment to be created and something else, and perhaps some discussion to happen. So I'm going to make a motion to change the order of the day, to take up both item 15A and the late on the table item unnumbered that the administration just put before us to end the declaration of emergency. And then that would put this item at the end of our agenda. And so hopefully you guys in the next 20 minutes can figure out what you want to do with it. If not, we'll be in no different place. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
And just for clarification, Mr. Dunbar, we also have item 15B and 15C.
Okay, that's fine. I move to put this item at the end of the agenda and take up all other items on our agenda other than assembly comments and public and audience participation.
The second was Mr. Rivera? Okay. Any further, yes, you were the second, Mr. Rivera? Okay. Any further comment, Mr. Dunbar, on the motion? Are you good? Okay, I'm going to take that as good. So a motion on the floor has been made to change the order of the day to take up 15A, 15B, 15C next. I don't see any members.
Chair, and this
the laid on
unnumbered
the
resolution.
table unnumbered resolution. No other members are in the queue, so members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day, again, to take up items 15A, 15B, 15C, and the unnumbered resolution that was laid on the table. Members may proceed to vote. The motion to change the order of the day passes 9-1. So we will now take up item 15A. Resolution number AR 2022-108, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for a club use and license number 750 for Anchorage Moose Lodge, number 1534 DBA Loyal Order of Moose.
Waive reading.
Lodge number 1534 in the ROSL residential office with special limitations. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-108. Item 15A passes 10-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2022-119, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary use and license number 1090 for Birch Tree LLC DBA Yes International Bistro in the B1A Local and Neighborhood Business District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Zelatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-119. Item 15B passes 10-0. We now have before us item 15C, resolution number AR 2022-122, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary license number 4531 and duplicate license number 4551 for LED Ultra Lounge and Grill LLC, DBA Tri-Grill LED Ultra Lounge in the B2B Central Business District Intermediate.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. And if you plan to speak on this item, if you could take a line, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Robert Alexander, south side of town. Digging for my eyes. One moment. I was at the AMCO meeting today also regarding the transfers, and I'd just like to submit just a couple of their findings to you guys if possible. Basically, those are the separation, the distance for the state, whereas they taken measurements from different doors. And it turned out to have been that that we could use either door. There is a door that is concerning, and they weren't for sure. It's something that they're going to have to check into. However, the door on the parking lot on the east side of the building, they measured from that door to the school. It was 197 feet, 193 feet, so 7 feet short. And if they measured it from the walkway all the way, it's close to 249 feet. And then the other two doors are 300 feet plus or more. So I had the options to use the other doors. Once again, the door on the east side, they were concerned that it's, the way the statute reads, that it's a public entrance from the school door. And so what I would have the option to do is to close that door so that it's not a public entrance, and deal with the fire department and putting in another door maybe 7 feet away to satisfy the state and their issues with the school separation. I was here, it's going to run out of time, but I was here, at the last meeting, and I spoke about discrimination. And I submitted about 400 documents proving that that was the case. And it was, to me, there was a few people on the panel, and you have the option to fill what you want, but it dismissed it easily. It was, I understand that there is, well, I'm going to run out of time, so I'm not going to get too deep. Maybe you'll call me back up for other questions.
Thank you for your testimony. There is a member in the queue. Ms. Zalatel?
Yes,
Sir, would you hold on, please?
I have a question about your testimony. You were talking about the separation distance from the school. Did you get a written decision, or can we expect a written decision from ANCO about the parameters in which they measured it, how they applied that analysis in this particular instance? Did they mention they're going to provide something in writing?
What they said they would do is basically, obviously, and I'm assuming that you know that they had to send it back to you guys to uplift the protest. Part of that would be that I have to deal with, he's supposed to send his folks back out to measure again. I would deal with the fire department. If the fire department is okay with us blocking that door and egress is not an issue, in other words, they would be fine with me using the other doors, and that's my understanding from AMCO. So if I use the door on 3rd Avenue, which that would be the door that we would plan to use, or I might just still use the same door, if approved. I would use the east side of the parking lot. I think it's more better to control the patrons coming in and out, especially at bar break. So I would probably put another door there. But again, it has to be approved by the fire department. So once that's approved, then the state would be okay with it, if that makes sense to you.
So I want to circle back. Do they give you all of those things you need to do in writing? So as a quasi-judicial body trying to resolve this particular issue around separation distances in schools, where we kicked it over to AMCO to say, hey, you tell us, are they going to give us something in writing?
Super funny. The only thing that I have is their measurements that I submitted to you. They're not my measurements. They are the school measurements, beg your pardon, the enforcement for AMCO measurements. And so their deal is it's from since the school, and I'm assuming this part.
Okay, I just want to, because we'll get into debate and some other things in a minute. I just wanted to ask my question around
They didn't give me
adjustment.
anything in writing.
That was it, okay.
That is just what I have there.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Doug Ferris. I'm representing the Downtown Community Council. 5 minutes, please. Thank you. You've heard my past testimony, and the Assembly has over 600 pages of submitted documents and exhibits regarding the resolution in front of you this evening. Based on these documents and facts, it is clear the applicant intends to operate as a nightclub. This is where the application grows concern for the community members and especially us residents. The largest concern is that there is an Anchorage School District school located at 411 West 3rd Avenue within 200 feet of the main entrance of LED. This violates Alaska Statute 04-11-410, where the main entrance is within 200 feet of a school boundary. The Anchorage School District has issued a letter to AMCO also opposing this transfer. That letter is included in your exhibits. I realize that Mr. Alexander is proposing to change the entrance of the building to bypass the 200-foot rule, but at the end of the day, patrons will still enter and exit from the door facing the parking lot, and they will still park in the parking lot which is shared by the school. It will still be an entrance and exit, even if it does not designate it as the main entrance. It would be irresponsible of the Assembly to assume otherwise. In addition to the Alaska statute, there is municipal code where the boundary of a nightclub cannot be within 300 feet of the boundary of the school. So this application would ultimately also create a special land use conflict and violate AMC 21.05.050 II if it were to progress to that process. The municipal code is not restricted from door to door. It is boundary to boundary, so changing his entrance would not apply here. The application also violates the spirit of AMC 21.05.050 II and creates a special land use conflict as all entrances and exits are within 300 feet of a building occupied as residential property. The Downtown Community Council already voiced their concern as a group. Our resolution, which you were provided in advance, passed with a vote of 43-2 in favor. The Anchorage Assembly also passed a resolution supporting the protest. In addition, the hotels, the neighbors, the school, and the general public have all spoken out against this location. Based on more than 20 years of history experienced by the community at the proposed location and close vicinity, it has been established that there is a permanent negative impact greater than emancipated from permitted development on A, pedestrian and vehicular traffic circulation and safety, B, the demand for and availability of public services and facilities, and C, noise and public litter concerns of a nightclub profile. Again, I ask the Assembly to consider, is this transfer in the best interest of the public? No, it is not. Is this arbitrary? No. We're asking the Assembly to enforce the state and municipal code and not place a nightclub in close proximity to hotels, residential condos, and a school. In addition, there is no random choice here. We are pointing out the facts. The application presented by LED is inconsistent with state law and municipal code on numerous counts. Is this capricious? No. There is not a sudden change in behavior based on the operator or proposed business. The community has been consistent, and there have been multiple previous protests in the vicinity of the same locale of 3rd and E Street for businesses that operate as a nightclub, including the Woodshed, Brown Bag, and Rum Runners. These protests were for valid concerns. I want to reiterate, we are not opposed to bars and restaurants. We're opposed to nightclubs with entertainment past 10 p.m. We're opposed to the permanent negative impact that is greater than any perceived value from permitting this development. And is this unreasonable? No, there are over 600 Hilton rooms, many with double occupancy, 69 condos with residents and families, and a school full of kids. There is concern for pedestrian and vehicular traffic circulation and safety, the demand for and also the availability of public services and facilities, and the noise and public litter concerns that accompany an establishment with nightclub profile. This objection is guided by good sense and is beyond the limits of acceptable and fair. This objection is in the best interest of the public. For these reasons, we ask the Assembly to please consider these items and find in favor of our objection and find that it is not in the best interest of the public for the LED nightclub to transfer location to 420 West 3rd Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There are members with questions. First is Mr. Constant.
Thank you, sir. Previously, you mentioned 3 other examples of protests in the very close vicinity to 3rd and E.
Yes.
What are some of the concessions that you were able to win between the Assembly and AMCO for entities that were seeking relicensing, not even just the transfer, because the transfer is creating a new use, which is a different standard. But the relicensing question, what were some of the requirements the community was able to establish on the operators to bring them into order in the neighborhood?
Okay. I was not around for the rum runners when that closed down, but I understand that a restriction was placed on the hours of operation, and it's either 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., and they're operating as a restaurant bar, not as a nightclub anymore. All the problems created when rum runners existed was operated as a nightclub. And now that Hard Rock Cafe took their place, and subsequently Bear Paw, which has not opened yet, but we have had no issues with that type of establishment with the restrictions.
What about the brown bag and the woodshed?
The woodshed, the problems, we did have issues with them. They were more limited, more to bar break time, just because of the size of the crowds. We're a little bit more limited. Brown bag, we had a lot more issues. It was the same type of problems and issues we had, as same as bar break, except for they went from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Continually through the night. And some of the same restrictions on there, no live music after midnight, and they've been there, I think, about a year, and no complaints at all.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
We have documentation in front of us that's challenging where Mr. Alexander enters and leaves the building, that it could actually impact whether it's within the 200 feet or without the 200 feet of the school. So my question would be, if he's outside of that 200 feet, are you still protesting this?
Yes, we are, because it's the night club profile that's going to create such a negative impact on the neighborhood. When you have hundreds of people drinking and spilling out on the streets, that's where the problems arise. And this is unlike some of the other bars in downtown, this isn't a very densely populated corner of downtown with several hotels and a condo building. So the impact on the neighbors is much more significant as opposed to some of the other bars, which are in more of a business district surrounded by businesses.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
My name is Russ Reno. I was the vice president of the community council during a lot of that stuff that was going on. And I personally been beat up on, just trying to walk out of my house, out of my business on 3rd Avenue. We had people that were firing guns in the middle of our parking garage in the back where we all park our cars. One Christmas I laid flat on the floor, on my kitchen floor, and the police never even responded. That doesn't say that this is what will happen again. I am fully I believe that LED should be able to do a restaurant and bar situation and have as much diversity as they possibly want it to be, or not. That's not the issue here. There is no racism going on about this. This is about our quality of life, being able to conduct business. With my business place right there, the quality, I have my front window knocked out and all my jewelry cases knocked over inside my store at bar break, at that club group of people that come out of any bar This is not the place to do it. This part of town is not a place, it's not conducive to having a club anywhere near close to these areas. And those hotels, they have reports of how people would find it was so noisy and so terrifying to be there at club night, 11 to 3 a.m., that they didn't feel comfortable walking on the streets of Anchorage. And now they wanted to move out immediately and go to another hotel because we can't have that. I'm a tour guide. I own a tour company. I pick up all the time at the Hilton. I pick up at the Hilton at 7 a.m. in the morning, and I get left awake until 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning with just bar break. That's not right. We have a bunch of citizens that have put thousands of documents together and sent you all kinds of information to make a quantified decision about whether or not a club atmosphere should be down there. Not because of LED and who they attract. We want diversity in our city. I am very thankful to Mr. Rivera through the chair that he's going to meet with me tomorrow about a statement that I feel he was saying against us and us being called racists. I'm not a racist. I'm a multicultural person myself. I'm Alaska Native, Aleut Russian, and Alutiiq. And so I don't understand why anyone would consider that this is a racist statement when it is not conducive for that neighborhood to have that kind of partying going on after 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night at the most. There is just no way we can live with that again. I trust that you all got the chance to look at some of the videos that were sent to you. I sent you raw footage, and you should have all gotten copies of it to show you exactly what a normal bar break is like on 3rd Avenue with any kind of nightclub atmosphere. I trust you looked at that because that's your proof right there. First time in my life I've seen riot police closing off an entire street to move people off.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I have a number of points I'd like to bring up on this one here. My first point is traffic. So in that area of downtown, we have a number of one-way streets that converge upon one another. There's a complex turning lane there by Hilton as well, and there's a number of interchanges there. Also with trucking and various industries. So that's a concern. Number two, it's close to a school. The way the law was written, pretty clear. You heard the gentleman earlier describe it. If you'd like to go look up the Alaska statute, I'm sure you can. Next, I'd like to talk about concerns as to hours of operation. If you look at your major packet, the 80-something or 90-something pager, 45 and 20 are the pages in question. You will see on page 20, it lists the maximum hours being 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. You will see on page 45 that it lists the maximum hours being 11 a.m. to 5 a.m. Those are different hours. It also lists the type of services that will be provided. On page 20, it says live music and dancing. Then on page 45, it says that the actual entertainment may vary day to day. The hours may vary day to day. That there will be DJs every night. Those are direct quotes. Next, I would like to speak to the fact that we're going to be allowing minors in the building. This is at the beginning of your packet. I'm not sure which page number. I didn't write it down. But if this is going to be a nightclub atmosphere, this is one thing the LDS Church has right in the state of Utah. Keep minors the hell out of bars. Pretty simple. Next, I would like to bring up concerns of ownership. We see that there's an LLC, Amchell, A-M-C-H-E-L-L, that appears to own the building. It's owned by a major restaurateur in town, Abraham Gallo. So my question is, why is he not here? What exact ownership stake does he have? I know his record is pretty good with other restaurants that he owns around town. But some major concerns. Is close to a school? That's one. If it was close to a church, that'd be another. It's also close to the Aviator Hotel, I believe, where y'all are housing people with mental illnesses and drug and alcohol problems.
Thank you for your testimony. We do have one person signed up for phone testimony.
Hello?
Hi, is this Ms. Rolfing?
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on item 15C, AR 2022-122.
Okay, so they were just telling me that I didn't have to speak. Let me see if Buzz will speak. Hold on one second. Sorry. Hey, Buzz, I was still on the list to testify. Do you want to testify?
Ma'am?
What am I doing?
Ms. Rolfing?
Yeah, we're not gonna, I think everything is good for us right now. That's, I think it's about all we can do.
Have a nice evening. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak who have not yet testified? If so, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one? Yes, sir, we can't do it again, but if a member of... No, sir, you had 3 minutes, and I believe that members on the body will bring you up for questions later if they need more information, okay? Thank you. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone this item to July the 12th.
Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. The
So-
purpose of the motion to postpone this item will become clear after we have had an opportunity to hear from our licensing staff if she's available, or if not, we'll hear from Francis if he was available to give us a briefing on what happened at the hearing, and also from Sean Halloran, our attorney who participated in the hearing today, to give us a clear perspective from the municipality of what occurred at AMCO, so we can be acting in alignment with what they have made a ruling on. So I don't know who the best is. It could be Francis, could be Sean to start, or Mandy if she's available.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to confirm postpone to the meeting of July 12, and the second was Ms. Allard. Was that correct? Okay.
Thank you. Sean, are you on the phone?
This is Sean.
All right, Sean, did you hear the testimony provided tonight by the petitioner?
I did.
So we were handed a stack of documents that showed some measurements, and it was suggested that this was the output of the AMCO board. I don't know that that is in fact what these documents are. Can you give us a briefing on what happened at the hearing today?
They bifurcated the petition into two different issues. With respect to transfer of ownership, they approved the transfer of ownership contingent upon the applicant coming forward with proof that the liens on his liquor license have been removed or satisfied, and they want some sort of affirmative representation from the lien holder. They're not willing to just trust the applicant when he says that the liens have disappeared. Then they took up the issue of the land use and the transfer to a new location. They upheld the municipality's objections, and they put their decision in abeyance for 180 days. During that time, if the applicant does not want to to just lose and then file an appeal, which would be his right at that point in time, then he is obligated to address each of the 3 points on which the municipality objected, and each of those 3 was upheld. So the first objection was that the land use process of the municipality had not yet completed, and he would need to get that process completed and obtain assembly approval of the land use issues. The second item was the objection of the Downtown Community Council, and he would have to address the issues of the neighbors and the Downtown Community Council and satisfy them in order to have them consider allowing a licensed premises at that location. They recognized that where the downtown community seems to be saying that they would be willing to have a facility that is open up until 11 p.m. If it closed at 11 p.m., that would be okay, and where the applicant is saying he only wants a facility that would be open from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., that there's little or no chance of reaching any sort of accord, but the opportunity still exists for 180 days. If he wants to pursue it and achieve it, then he would be welcome to do so. The third objection that the municipality had was that of the school district, that the property is within 200 feet of school grounds. Mr. Alexander had the staff of the alcoholic beverage control measure the distance from a particular school door to the door that he claimed he would want to use, and he said that that was, I believe, 193 feet. If you look at the definition in the statute of how it must be measured, however, it says that it must be the outer boundaries of, the property in which the school is located, and that's a significantly shorter measurement. And by that standard, the door on 3rd Avenue or toward 3rd Avenue, the door toward the parking lot, and the door on the south side pointing toward a walkway between an adjacent building would each be well within 200 feet. The door on E Street, depending on where the boundary is for the school property, likely is a little more than 200 feet, but you would need to define where the boundary is to know for sure. There was also discussion about whether the parking lot qualified as within the school grounds, and if that's the case, then clearly no door would be within or would be more than 200 feet away. Mr. Klinkhart, who is the administrator with alcoholic beverage control, also warned the applicant very specifically that it is not sufficient for him to say that he will not use a particular entrance if the entrance is there and it's both an entrance and an exit, whether he claims to rely on the use of that entrance or not. That would not qualify as having the entrance more than 200 feet away. Any entrance within the 200 feet would disqualify him, and he would essentially need to remove the entrances and get approval from the fire department for a reduced number of entrances and exits. And they did not say that they were remanding anything to the municipality, but rather they upheld the municipality's objections and allowed a 180-day window if the applicant wants to try and negotiate some resolution other than the denial of his application.
Thank you, Mr. Halloran.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next in the queue is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Constant's motion. If he didn't make it, I was probably going to make a similar motion. So I guess to Mr. Halloran, is it possible to, I assume AMCO is going to do a write-up of the case. Is it possible for you to please send that write-up to the body just so that we can follow all of that information? Because I appreciate you giving us all of that information, but it sounded like there was quite a lengthy discussion at AMCO. And then it's interesting, AMCO's usage of that abeyance. I appreciate how they handled the issue. Mr. Halloran, the 180-day abeyance, would that be lifted if prior to the 180 days the applicant was able to deal with the 3 issues at hand, or is it 180 days full stop?
I assume that they could act sooner than 180 days, except that my understanding is they only meet quarterly, and so there would be some limitations as to when they would be able to address things. I don't think that, well, I'm confident that staff would not be able to act on it. They would have to essentially reverse themselves, and that would have to be done at, a public meeting. But I believe they could act, at their next meeting in 3 months if it was resolved prior to 3 months.
Okay, great. Then it does look like the July timeframe that Mr. Constant proposed, I think, is reasonable considering all of the different timelines that we're looking at here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard?
It's okay, Madam Chair, if you can remove me from queue.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. AMCO meets on the 28th of June and then again on the 30th or 20th of September. And so those are the timelines. If something were to happen in advance of that, probably we could figure out a parliamentary way to make it more quick, but I believe the timeline is probably aggressive with all of the elements that have to be potentially addressed, if at all. There are just some fundamental challenges. Really the question of, does the parking lot count as the school grounds? If it does in fact count as the school grounds, that is, every single door on that building is within 200 feet. And so these are the issues that need to be sorted out by kind of other authorities to share with us what their thoughts are so we can make a comprehensive decision on the special land use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AR 2022-122 to the meeting of July 12, 2022. The motion to postpone item 15C to the meeting of July 12 passes 9-0. The administration has laid an unnumbered resolution on the table, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly terminating the proclamation of Avalanche emergency. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Constant.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Allard. Is there any discussion on the motion to lay this item on the table? 8 votes are required. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this unnumbered resolution on the table. The motion to lay this resolution on the table passes 9-0.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson? Ms. Allard? Thank you. Is there any discussion? You're trying to get in the queue? Okay. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the administration for bringing this forward and for bringing forward the recent updates to the actions taken under the emergency proclamation. I do want to use this opportunity to stress, though, that the reports we put in an emergency declaration, the requirement for the reports is there for a reason, and the deadline is so that when we set that, there's an expectation that we're going to receive it, and there's an expectation by the public that we'll have the information at that time. That didn't happen in this instance, and I think it's something really important for us to reinforce. It is as part of how we are a team in an emergency response. The administration is busy and it's handling it, and that's why regular reporting is something that I think we should routinely do when there are emergency declarations. So there's a lot of community interest when we have to declare an emergency. It's a big deal. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Constant?
And on the other side of that coin, again, to the administration, I want to say thank you, Ms. Dabowski. Ms. Dabowski. I want to say thank you to the departments and everybody who came together on behalf of the people of Highland Road to implement an impressive emergency response. So thank you to the teams.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And Madam Chair, if I may address Ms. Zalatel's point, it was completely 100% my fault. I forgot. And I just want to put that on the record. Nobody owns it except me. It was my fault. So I apologize. I appreciate Mr. Constant reminding me. And when he did, I actually said to him, what report, what are you talking about? I genuinely forgot. But for for the community and for everybody to know, one of the reasons we put the dashboard up is because we were doing daily updates on the dashboard. So you could go to that Highland Avalanche button that was on the main homepage, and we were doing updates daily, but we also had this really cool GIS map, which if you haven't seen it yet, it was tracking how many snow loads we were removing every single day. So we were trying to push that information out, and I hate to say this, but the assembly was my secondary thought, so I apologize.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Ms. Allard, your queue isn't working?
Well, I'm not really sure where to go in queue here, because it was laid on the table. Am I missing where it's on the...
It's in Section 8, but that's okay. Go ahead.
I also wanted to, Ms. Kennedy and I were pretty much informed, and if the other assembly members weren't, we apologize that we didn't bring you guys in more and to reach out. And I do appreciate the administration reaching out to us. There was that link that I followed about the truckloads. I drove up there, which was pretty entertaining, and hiked up that Avalanche, and then we'll be bringing a resolution forward at our next assembly meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say that there have been so many interesting stories and some things not so fun, but there were a lot of fun things that even happened in the midst of what could have been a horrible tragedy. But as Ms. Allard mentioned, there's going to be a resolution coming forward, and I just hope that the Assembly will really look forward to that, because I think it'll be very interesting to hear a lot of the details about what kinds of things happened and how people really pulled together. So I think you'll really enjoy the full report coming in the next couple weeks. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve unnumbered AR, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly terminating the proclamation of avalanche emergency. The motion passes 9-0. So we are now back on item 14G, where we have a motion to approve the original version before us. Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to postpone this item to May 10.
Second.
And in speaking to it, the reason is, while we talk about there being some amendments, I'm a little bit concerned because this is meant to do a very particular thing. I'm worried about floor amendments not getting to where we want to go because there are a few that I'm interested in offering because I don't know enough, so maybe a work session and amendments. And I know Ms. Kennedy will be retiring soon, and if she'd be willing to still lend her expertise in it, I think it's really important to get it right. I think this is probably 2/3 to 3/4 of the way there, and I don't want to see us do something on a floor amendment that just keeps bringing it back versus if we take the original, and kind of where it wants to go, if there could even possibly be a work group to work on it. I think that would probably result in what you want. I found Ms. Osiander's testimony very compelling, and I'm very driven to have us do it right. So that is the reason for the postponement.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel, and that is a motion to postpone to the meeting of May 10th, and it was seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really torn with this because I think there are certainly, like I said, there is one loose end even in the S version that, like I said, I think the administration has come forward with an idea about how to fix that. So it really would just take one amendment. Everything that's in the S version basically fixes all of the things that were problems brought up by Ms. Osiander and even experienced myself. So the S version is much more complete, if you will, and succinct in getting to the issues that have been a problem, including the things that were highlighted in the audit. I think one of the better things to do would have been to actually even remove or ask the maker of the original motion to basically rescind that, or whatever the term would be, to basically not move that version and then move the F's version so that we would actually be working from the document that is much better prepared for dealing with the questions of how to make this board function the way that it was always intended to. So I don't mind so much the postponement till people can get more information, but I just don't think we want to go on with the original version. I think you want to actually, your jumping off point should be the S version. So I'm trying to figure out how to actually make that happen with the most recent postponement motion. So if anybody has any suggestions about how we really do more appropriately and effectively and efficiently move this forward, I'd be open to some of those comments. But right now, I'm thinking I would have to vote against the postponement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote against the postponement, and I would ask everybody else to too. We want to move the S version, and I also know that we have the funds to finance this, and the Muni can speak on that. Can Ms. Domboski please make her comments?
Thank you. Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, and this is really to Assemblymember Constant as well. I think earlier what I heard was a concern about, staff time or resources in order to staff this board. As we all know, and probably for the last 10 years, this board has been placed under the municipal clerk's office and supposed to be staffed by the clerk's office, and it never has. So I have offered the members from Eagle River that the municipal manager's office would be happy to staff this board. So the amendment change would just be changing municipal clerk to municipal manager or designee, and then my staff should be able to staff it without issue. I know the mayor's staff staffs a number of boards and commissions now. I'm not asking for any money from the assembly budget to do that. I think it's just, frankly, a two-word change, and it's done.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Constant?
I think then I would be happy if we continue the motion to postpone, but we move the whole package forward, which is 14G, which would then bring forward the item that is the substitute in the main version, and then we can just sort this out when we're fresh, not at the end of the night. So then the basis of the amendments that get worked out or whatever can be on the S version. I mean, I'd be happy, we have a motion to postpone in substituting the version that we have, rescinding, moving again and everything, but I just would like to go home, actually. It's been a long night.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and perhaps this is a question for the clerk. My understanding is moving to postpone the item is moving to postpone both. It doesn't take away the S version as being available. It hasn't, it's been introduced, it's a part of the item 14G, and that was the intent, is so that then the two could be married up or reconciled. And I think it's more than just 2 words for an amendment before I can feel comfortable supporting this after all of the feedback we heard from Ms. Osiander.
Member Zalatel, through the chair, that's correct. Both the original AO and the S version would move forward through the postponement. You will, however, have a motion to approve the original version on the floor, so the Assembly will have to deal with that when it comes back.
So I think the mover and the seconder would be amenable to changing our motion to be the S version with the ideal that we don't take this on tonight and we get some rest. I think the clerk can just make it so.
Okay, so the S version has been moved, and the motion to postpone the item, although the S version has been moved, postpone the item to the meeting of May 10, 2022 is before us. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So this is something that is Eagle River's issue. And we were just given information that literally would take 2 words for this to happen. And I'm kind of surprised that the 2 members who don't want this to be postponed can't even represent their own district without everybody else jumping in. So I would kindly ask if you could not move to postpone anything and we can get through this tonight. We know exactly what we need in our district. We had Ms. Debbie Osiander, who used to be Assembly member, state exactly her feelings on it. The S version absolutely represents what we want. We just need to make sure that we amend that one line so that the municipality, that the MOA will go ahead and support us in that with the administration that falls under the muni manager. I would never step on your toes if something was this simple in your district, and I don't even know why I'm sitting up here because we can't even represent our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just forgot to mention, when Ms. Osiander, she couldn't stay, but she sidebarred with me and Mr. Gates, and she had said she was 100% in agreement with using the S version and doing the change to the municipal manager staffing that board. She was actually thrilled with it, and I think Dean could concur. He was standing there, and he was part of the conversation, so if Assembly members have questions for him, I'm sure he'd be happy to weigh in.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to extend to 11:15. I think we have to.
Second.
Okay, so Ms. Kennedy has moved to extend to 11:15. It's been seconded by Ms. Allard. Is there any opposition to the motion to extend to 11:15? Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, we are extended to 11:15. Ms. Zalatel?
So, I mean, if we want to get to the merits of the motion to postpone, I have a couple other questions, because that's why I wanted to postpone. We didn't have a work session about this. This is and I see the reaction of why, because what I'm hearing is it's Eagle River Chugiak, and it's a very particular issue. And this entire body makes policy, and making policy that works, that is collaborative and works for the entire municipality is important, because we look to what we do in one community to inform what we do in other communities. I don't think that this board stands so far away and autonomous as that we don't want to examine the policy before us. So with that, I guess I'm going to urge you to support the motion to postpone, because I think to just, yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I also don't think that this item has been published, the S version, and I know often that doesn't happen, but I have had 3 messages tonight by people from Chugach Eagle River asking, where do I find a copy of this? And so they want to speak and have a part of the process, and I, again, think that we should wait. Thanks. And again, it's not subterfuge, it's just the process having a full vetting.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 14G to the meeting of May 10th. The motion to postpone to the meeting of May 10 fails 5-3. We have the motion to approve the S version before us. There are no members in the queue. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make an amendment to the S version, and I believe that is the one that actually, well, I guess we're back to that same question. Have we moved the S version?
Yes, we have moved the S version.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Then in section 2, under code 4.60.105A, in the line where it says, oh gosh, maybe that's not, yeah, the line, sorry, it's B, where it says the municipal clerk, that will change to the municipal manager. So move to amend that term clerk to manager.
Second.
And can I speak a little on that?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. You know, obviously, we had an explanation from Muni Manager Amy Demboski just a few minutes ago, and again, this is a board that already exists, has existed in code for many years now, and this actual change here will help nail down, even though there have been several different suggestions as to who should take on this role, this will nail it down basically to the municipal manager. And since the municipal manager's office already deals with other commissions and boards and staffing those commissions and boards, it just makes sense that this would also be the role of the municipal manager to make sure that this board is staffed as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to section 2B to change clerk to manager. The amendment passes 8-0. Mr. Weddleton?
I have an amendment. And this would be to add a new section, add section 5 and renumber. And this would be a change to our code section 2.30.055B, which regards conduct of public hearings. And it would be to add a new sentence to that part B. I think it's the would become the third sentence, and it would say the time limit for a designated representative of the Chugach Eagle River Advisory Board is 5 minutes.
Second. I think it should be 15, but we can do 5.
Second, you would say. Secondly.
Second.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Mr. Weddleton, would you clarify again where your amendment is? Because there's a concern if it's not in the title, we may not be able to.
Well, I thought about that, but it doesn't, I think we're good because it just says amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections related to the Chugach Eagle River Advisory Board, and this is specifically regarding the advisory board. It doesn't narrow us down to any code section. But the goal here is just like community councils get 5 minutes, we'd give a member of this board 5 minutes.
And where again would your amendment go?
Well, I would make it a new section 5 and then make the current section 5 section 6.
So the clerk has put it up on the screen, and Mr. Weddleton, I think he's coming over to edit.
That's what he had said, this is not quite accurate.
Mr. Dunbar?
I apologize. This probably is what Mr. Weddleton said, but just to clarify, what is on the board right now is not exactly what you're saying, right? Because it's not just members of the board, but it's members speaking on behalf of the board.
Yeah, I actually just copied the phrasing exactly as it is for community councils, Native Village of Eklutna.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Is there any discussion on the amendment? And who seconded the amendment? Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to add section 5 and renumber other sections in order to add a new sentence to give members speaking on behalf of this board 5 minutes to speak. The amendment passes 8-0. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's really giving me pause in this ordinance is Section 2, 4.60.105A, and it's that there are 7 alternates indicated. So usually a board has a number of individuals, and you need a quorum to proceed. And I understand the intent, which is that if a board member from a particular community council is unable to attend, the other can step in. However, that is a very different structure from any of our other boards or commissions. We definitely can have alternates. The policy committee for AMATS actually has an alternate for assembly members. It's one of the few alternates I'm actually most familiar with. This seems like a very different structure, and it makes me uncomfortable because it's so different. We don't typically just it actually mimics our structure here in a way that we, as assembly members, that there are 2 members representing a district, so 2 members representing a community council, is the idea that each community council needs its own representation for purposes of representing its interest, and then if so, why isn't the mechanism to send those community council members forward for potential appointment through an election process through the community council?
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, this mirrors our two other advisory boards that we have in Chugach Eagle River, and that is our Chugach Birchwood Eagle River Rural Road Service Board and the Eagle River Chugach Parks and Rec Board. And all of them have a representative from the different community councils in that area. And they all have an alternate as well. And the community councils are the ones that nominate all of those regular members and alternate members. And and that's part of why this is in here this way, is to allow this process to mirror what already happens in some of our other advisory boards in the area. And it will go through the regular process, which was confusing, I think, to every administration in the past, has had trouble with really trying to decide what the process was for appointment and then confirmation with the assembly. So this basically lines it out so that there is no question. It will be each of the community councils and the native village of Eklutna in this case, because they have their local overlay on their land use issues. And so this represents everybody, and it will, like I said, it will mirror the same process as the other councils, and will then also make sure that there's no question about how that process works for nominating the people and getting them appointed by the mayor's office and then having them approved by the assembly.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I
Madam
ask?
Chair, I move to extend.
Second.
And I'd
To
like to do
what
it till
time?
11:30, please.
So a motion to extend until 11:30 has been made by Ms. Allard and seconded by Ms. Kennedy.
I want to vote.
I would ask for a vote.
Okay, members may proceed to vote.
We're missing a lot of members.
I need a majority. I don't think 8. Do you need 8? Everybody's got to do it.
The motion to extend fails 5-3.
You're done.
We have 4 minutes left.
Call the question. That'll take 4 minutes to deal with.
Mr. Weddleton?
Oh. I'm going to be quiet so we can vote.
Ms. Allard? Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I was going to respond to something Ms. Salatell said. The structure is a little unusual, which is true, but it's not unprecedented to have appointed alternates. There's a code section here that sort of refers to that. It's section 40560, attendance requirements, in subsection E says members of boards and commissions having duly appointed alternates shall not be subject to removal for failing to meet the attendance requirements of this section. So the code does actually contemplate having alternates also, as well as regular members.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AO 2022-43S as amended. The motion passes 8-0. Where's my agenda? We now have final audience participation. There are 2 minutes left. If one person would like to speak for that time, welcome. please turn the microphone on there.
Oh, good one. Ron Oliva, again, I resigned in one district, but I have representatives representing me through all the districts. Tonight I'd like to thank Mr. Willerton, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Willerton stood by me as bottles flew. Ms. Kennedy, you were level-headed in going back to the school district. I really want to thank you for your service. And I would have got flowers for both of you, but the cemetery was closed, so I had to hurry over. But my public testimony tonight is seeking support for Ukraine. My heritage is Polish-Italian. My mother was Polish and would be ashamed to be anything else. Except my mother's hometown is the same as her mother's, except the birth certificate says Russia. From Russia, it was Ukraine. Ukraine, now it's Poland. So our heritage, and I can identify with that location and what can happen. We're 2.8 miles away from Russia. I walked by the statue of the Stewart right outside. I think we should review the title insurance on the purchase. A Russian lawmaker is out there trying to take Russia back. The governor said fat chance because I think the governor's mother is Ukrainian. And different in the Finns, they said, hey, we feel sorry for the Russians. We don't have enough room if they invade us to bury them. We have enough room. But taking into consideration, we don't want to have blood on our hands, unfortunately, with the war. So I'm trying to gain support that pick, click, and give with our permanent funds. The oil money is going to leave a black mark on Alaska, our citizens, and history if we don't recognize and support the war efforts, not only for their democracy, but our own.
Thank you.
Any questions?
We are adjourned. We've run out of time.
Okay.
Thank you.